the majority of Chanute. And I always tell people my district borders on the largest unfenced penitentiary in the world, commonly referred to as Oklahoma.
Oh, very funny. Well, thank you for being here today. You're substituting for Bob Lewis. So thank you, Representative Lewis. Representative Rogers?
Thank you, Ken Rogers, 110th. I can see the end from here. What, only, we get it all done in 2 more minutes? No. I've served this committee, I believe this is my 4th year. So,
We're glad you're here.
thanks. And the tie still fits. I was shocked. No, thanks.
Thank you so much. So I'm Brenda Dietrich. I'm Senator Brenda Dietrich. I represent this 20th Senate District, which is probably half of Shawnee County geographically, and then all of Wabaunsee County. I'm chair of the committee. This is my 6th year, and we have another substitute.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Carl Turner. I'm subbing in for Vice Chair Humphreys today. I serve District 28, which is over on the state line, and Johnson County serves the cities of Leawood and Overland Park, and honored to be in here working with you all today. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Rick Cluse, District 3, Southeast Shawnee County, West Douglas, West Lawrence, Franklin, and all of Osage, and I'm subbing in for myself.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have 2 committee members that will probably be arriving in the next few minutes. We have Senator Haley and Representative Vaughn. So, but we have 5 members of the committee, so we can begin so we don't get behind. We have members, we have staff, we have new staff. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Jacob Quesby from Legislative Research.
Nicole? Sure.
Good morning. I'm Nicole Ringer. I'm the facilitator of this committee. I'm fiscal analyst with Legislative Research.
Very good. And we have our revisers here. We are a great committee. We get 2 revisers.
Mike Heim with the Reviser of Statutes Office.
And I am Nick Myers, also with the Reviser of Statutes Office.
Thank you. And our committee assistant?
Susan McClarity, and I'm the committee assistant.
We're so glad you're here. You've been here a while with us now, haven't you? Yeah. You know more than we do. And we have tech support. Go ahead. You can do this.
Hello, I'm Devin Barger, and I'm the AV Tech.
Thank you, Devin. And we have our Department of Corrections folks here. They'll introduce themselves when they provide testimony for us. So are we ready for our very first claim? And does anybody, before I start, does anybody have any questions about process? Okay, we'll follow the same process we have in the past. If you have a question about it, if it's been a while and you don't remember the motions that we make, there is a tab in your folder under, what is that tab under? Miscellaneous. Under miscellaneous, it has standard language for motions in case you're wondering or forgetting, or I forgot how we did that last year. It is hard, the very first claims meeting, to get ourselves in the right rhythm here, but I think we can do it. You don't have anything under yours? Mine's under miscellaneous.
Which tab?
Where are the motions tab?
Some of them might be in the rules tab behind the rules. At least that's where it is on mine.
Mine's under miscellaneous, so I guess it's just the way it's organized. Look under rules and keep thumbing through there until you see a sheet that looks like what Mike Heim's holding up. It's got your rules and your standard motions. Okay, perfect. Here's a copy for you, and you can put it in that notebook. How's that? You can put it wherever you want, because that's your notebook today, wherever it makes sense to you. Also, committee members, your voucher claims forms, you need to turn those into me before we leave today. That'd be great. All right, are we ready? Let's dial up our very first claimant. It's Anthony Waller, claim number 7504. very first claim
It
on
says
your.
star 6 to unmute the audio.
Good morning. My name is Jacob, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Anthony Waller available?
Yeah, this is him.
Mr. Waller?
This is him.
Welcome. Hi.
Yeah.
This is Senator Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on the Special Claims in the State Legislature. You're on speakerphone with the committee, and we're hearing your appeal. The appeal number, well, we'll just do the amount, is for $1,850. And
Okay.
the claim number for us is 7504. So the committee's been given all the documentation that you sent in, so we've got that in front of us. And we will ask you if you have anything more that you want to add to your claim, to our understanding of it. And then we have individuals here from the Department of Corrections, and they will give us their side of this issue. And when that's completed, we'll give you our written decision within 21 days following today's meeting. Does that make sense to you?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Waller, do you have anything you'd like us to know about this?
Yeah. There was also food missing. I don't know if I put that on there. I had ordered that from the kitchen. Like the fresh favorite is Airmark. They allowed us to buy fresh produce. And everything that when I came back from the shakedown, everything was thrown on the floor, and my bed was laying over on top of all my electronics and books and paperwork. And I asked them to review the camera and to preserve the footage for purposes of spoilage and to speak with the officers who conducted the shakedown, but that was never done. And
Is there something more you wanted to add?
yeah, oh, Miss, when when the unit team uh did their, I mean, she said she went through and looked at stuff, but she just went and looked to see if um she checked to see if I had receipts and to see if certain property was marked, but she never uh followed up on all the missing items that I had put down. She didn't talk about the photo albums or the order forms of catalogs and magazines missing and headphones. She didn't investigate none of that stuff. She just checked to see if I had my name on my TV and my stereo.
Okay.
Like there wasn't really they didn't do an investigation. I didn't get full cooperation of investigation. They never really looked into anything. I never heard anything about because I have the shakedown the cell inspection sheet, but they never talked about anything about that. So it wasn't really investigated, and I didn't get no results from uh, making this report to them.
Okay. Committee, any questions before we hear from Department of Corrections? Senator Cluse?
Uh,
The committee's going to ask a question, just a second.
okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question to the claimant would be the amount, that 1850, is that reflective mostly because of what you're attributing to be certain items that are priceless or can't be replaced? I'm just not, or were there receipts?
There are items that are priceless that can't be replaced, but I was adding up the cost of just the items that I purchased. But there's like the items that can't be replaced, like we can't order. They're not allowing magazines to come up back up in here, and I can't order catalogs that I had on like the photo albums. There's pictures I ordered. You can't order no pictures. And then there was family pictures that are I can't never get those. Like they were probably like I had pictures of deceased parents and deceased family members and just a whole bunch of pictures that I had that you could never replace. But I don't think I added that as anything to that 1800.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Department of Corrections, you want to explain your position on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Christine Tortorese. I'm an attorney with the Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. Waller's facility claim was denied based on the totality of the circumstances, as it was proven that many of the items Mr. Waller claimed are damaged or broken were in working condition and fully in his possession at the time of his claim. Furthermore, several of them that he claims were destroyed simply had normal wear and tear from years of use, specifically his magazines. And there is no evidence that Mr. Waller had many items of the property at the time of his claim. So because of that, his claim was denied based on the totality of the circumstances, and as he's offered no new evidence for this committee, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
Committee questions of Department of Corrections finding? Representative Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess this is probably going to be maybe a general overall question and know to approach it. So in reading this is like other ones where like a television was smashed or it was found or whatever. But my question is on inventories, is it procedure that they do an inventory every year, every 2 years, or is it just kind of, because that, you know, I wonder if we're gonna find the same situation throughout the day, is that, you know, we understand the circumstances, but are we gonna find the same thing where inventory maybe hasn't been done in 2 or 3 years? Is that part of a procedure might help my whole process in this? Because obviously, even in a home, you know, your inventory changes from year to year, and I'm probably guilty of not doing that myself on our own inventory, but didn't know if that was maybe a procedure, and maybe Darcy might be able to answer that, just to kind of know, just maybe give us a sense of, as we look at this, if that is an SOP for all this.
Thank you, Mr. Representative. Typically, inventories will be done as needed. So if he's packed out for any reason, transfer, going to the clinic, going to the RHU, one will be done. But there's no set timeline where, okay, it's been a year, time for an inventory.
So, Madam Chair, so if there's if there's a shakedown or move from one facility to the other or one room to another, at those times, that's when inventories are done, and which is is there a typical, you know, could that be 5 years? Would it be every 2 years roughly, or do it just could be just any set, there's no definement, is that what you're trying to tell me?
Correct,
Or are telling me, I guess, not trying to, you are.
Correct,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
Some residents get moved more than others, so they would have more frequent inventories. Although there are some who've been in the same cell for 5+ years who just haven't had an inventory done.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, thank you.
Any other questions of Department of Corrections? Yes, Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was going to be along the same line, which I saw that we did an inventory in '22, but there'd been no inventory since then. So as I hear and as you write in your testimony, there's no documentation showing continued possession after '22, but what might there be that would evidence that continued possession absent an inventory?
Ms. Holthouse is better prepared to answer that question.
Welcome, Darcy. Will you introduce yourself to the new members?
Yes. Morning, Madam Chair, Committee. I am Darcy Holthouse. I'm a facility manager with the Kansas Department of Corrections. So generally, to show that continued possession on somebody who doesn't move often, the property officer, as they get new property in, will update their master sheet. Electronics has their own master sheet as well, because those are usually higher ticket items. And so that's how it would be updated. We would know he ordered it, plus being able to look back on his purchase history with KCI or whatever organization he bought from.
Okay, thank you for that. So in other words, you keep a contemporaneous record, so you've got an inventory at some point, and then you update it as purchases are made. So it's assumed that those things are in his or her possession.
Generally, it doesn't mean we haven't ran across some issues, but yes.
Okay, thanks. And you noted, may I ask another? So, you know, in his comments, he said when he came back to his room, his bed was on its side. And is when these shakedowns happen, do they leave things in that kind of condition, or are beds sat back up and things put in somewhat of a semblance of order? I'm just curious.
They are supposed to be put in semblance of order. We did check, we did have staff check on this particular one. His items were not broken. They were not destroyed. We found the majority of what he said was missing. We removed anything that could have been weaponized. So anything broken, you know, cord, sharp edges, those kinds of things. But the majority of what he states is missing was found, and it was found in working order.
Thank you. Yeah, I do see that as I go through. I mean, you talk about the headphones, the TV, extension cords, things that were found that were not in the condition of being smashed. And so it does call credibility of the entirety of the argument. But thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, committee? Mr. Waller, is there anything more you'd like to say to the committee?
Yeah, I would. These people that are giving this information, they're not in there and they don't see what everybody sees that are in there. Like, these officers come in there and they act like they are the ones in control. So they're damaging stuff and they're throwing stuff off. They misplace stuff and they take stuff. And when they pack you out, they don't put your stuff in. I'm going through another property claim that's coming up right now because I'm missing items when they transfer me here, because they just do what they want. That's not accurate what they're saying. They are not seeing firsthand of what these officers are allowed to do, because they just give them the go and tell them. I mean, it's like they don't have no care for anybody's property, because everybody's property is thrown around and placed anywhere. Sometimes they take stuff and just store it up so that they can give it to, I don't know, people for favors. Like, I'm missing items and items are damaged. Now they said that stuff was working, but that's not true. I'm missing these items and these items are damaged, and I pointed it out. But they did no investigation. They just came in there and said these items are fine. They didn't
Okay.
pull me to the side and say, "Hey, show me which one is damaged." Which they didn't do none of that. They did it when I wasn't there, and all they did was check to see if my name was on the property.
Okay, thank
So
you, Mr. Waller.
that's not accurate.
Thank you. We appreciate your claim and visiting with us. We also have a second claim that you've submitted since you're on the phone. Could we also
Right.
address that claim 7510? And this is in the
Right.
amount of $44.99. Would you like to tell us about that claim? Anything more you want to add about that claim? I think it's a pretty easy to understand one, but if we want to add to it, go ahead.
Okay, well, it's about the magazine of Channel Guide, and I was getting Channel Guide, and then it was approved, so I had already ordered it, and I was getting it, and then they came out with this thing where they're not letting in. So I mean, this was an approved vendor through KDOC, and they made me resubmit to get it. So they was withholding my Channel Guide that I was already getting, and it's the same Channel Guide that made me resubmit to get. And they started censoring my Channel Guide until I paid that amount, when I already had paid for that amount for the full year. You understand
Yes, yes, I
what I'm
do.
saying?
Yes, and we have your documentation in front of us as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Committee, any
Yeah.
questions? If not, we'll hear from DOC. Okay. Department of Corrections, response?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. Waller's channel guide was censored due to a new implementation of policy IMPP 12-127D, which strictly limits any paper products coming into the facility due to past instances of drug trafficking. As pursuant to KAR 44-16-105, residents own property at their own risk and must prove staff negligence to succeed in the claim, which didn't happen here. His channel guide was properly censored due to policy. Furthermore, Mr. Waller was able to reach out to the third-party supplier to try to get a refund. He was able to appeal his censorship, neither of which he did. He skipped steps to come directly to this committee. For these reasons, we recommended his claim be denied.
Understand. So, Mr. Waller, is there anything you want to add? You didn't ask for a refund from the the group that you ordered this from?
They didn't tell us to refund. They said we had to cancel it, and we're no longer going to be able to get it unless we submit to a new one. So they forced us to submit to either. They didn't give us that option.
A refund from the supplier, not from the department.
From the supplier. I said the group you ordered it from.
Right.
I meant the supplier. Sorry.
I know the KDOC in their memo or whatever they said you will no longer be receiving this. If you want to receive this, you have to resubmit to get channel guide. And a lot of people already had channel guide. Like they was already ordering it. They already had it ordered. They already had it approved. I had it approved already. KDOC started withholding my channel guide magazine. Now this is the same company that they're saying that you had to resubmit to. So it's not no different company. So purposes of drugs entered into the facility was not even really a thing. They just was hindering us from ordering this channel guide magazine to submit to these new standards. It had nothing to do with channel guide because I still got the same issue. They didn't make me cancel or nothing. I still got the same channel guide issue. It just continued once I paid for it. Once it was approved, it was still the same one. So it just extended my channel guide.
Got it. Mr. Waller, I'm going to ask a question, Department of Corrections.
But they forced me to pay another fee
I understand.
when I already had it.
Yes,
Okay.
I understand. Okay. Christine, are they not allowed to use a paper copy of channel guide any longer?
Yeah, it's
Mr.
the same
Waller,
channel
I'm asking Department of Corrections. Give me a second, please.
My colleague can answer
Yes.
that.
Okay.
Darcy.
Darcy Holdhouse, Facility Management, KDOC. They are allowed to have copies now. Every vendor or publisher that wants to do business with our residents I'm the one that approves the vendor or publisher along with our CIB because we have to have a form of payment that can be taken as a check. So we send out a questionnaire to them. We ask them to answer it, send it back, and we base their approval on their answers. So channel guide does happen to be one that came back and we did approve. However, due to the issue of the drugs getting into facility, and we know a lot of it was coming in through vendors that were third-party vendors, we've eliminated third-party vendors. And that's what he's running into, so.
I see. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, sorry, they were asked to cancel the old subscription and then let them know. And several did cancel and got their money back and applied that to a new subscription.
This didn't happen. Okay, perfect. Any other questions, committee? That sounds, all right. Mr. Waller, thank you.
Yeah.
I think we understand the situation now. I will say the same thing to you now that I did on the previous claim. We will make a decision and get back to you within 21 days. Okay?
Okay. Also, do you have all my receipts showing that I purchased everything and the shakedown sheet and everything that I typed out to you or wrote out?
In your first claim? Yeah, I think so. I think we did. And
Yes.
I've got your banking transactions for your second claim as well.
Okay.
Okay? All righty.
And I'm
Thank you
also,
so much.
all right.
Thank you, Mr. Waller. Appreciate you talking to us today. We'll get back to you in 21 days. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right, our next claimant committee is claim number 7495. That's Grant Nixon in the amount of $309.10. Property damage.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Yes,
I need some technical support over here.
could our, can we dial the, yeah, go ahead and call.
Good morning. My name is Jacob, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Grant Nixon available?
Hello?
Good morning. My name is Jacob, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Grant Nixon available?
Yes,
Is this Mr. Nixon?
yes.
Hi, Mr. Nixon. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. You're on speakerphone with the committee, and so we have your claim in front of us. Our number is 7495, and it's in the amount of $309.10. We have all the documentation that you sent in regarding your claim. We're going to ask you for any additional information you'd want to give us about that claim. We might ask you some questions, then we're going to hear from Department of Corrections, and they'll tell us their side of this situation. And then once we make a decision, we'll notify you within 21 days. Do you understand?
Okay.
Good, okay.
Yes.
All righty. Is there anything more you want us to know about your claim? Anything you want to explain to us?
Not really explain. I just wish it would be approved. This is my third time having with your committee. I followed the instructions every time. Redone everything I was supposed to, and still end up back here. Would just ask that it be approved.
Okay, very good.
I guess that's all I have.
All right. Is there further explanation from staff the third time he submitted this claim?
Yes, sorry. So this was a claim that he had filed previously, and I believe the committee moved to dismiss without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2, asking that he appeal this facility claim to the secretary. And once he had done that, he could come before the committee again.
Very good, thank you. Christine, did you want to tell us the process and what has occurred?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Again, Christine Tortorese, attorney for the Department of Corrections. Mr. Nixon has submitted this claim 3 times, as he said. The first time, it was carried over for him not following the proper exhaustion process. The second time, it was dismissed without prejudice for the same. He has since finally exhausted, for which his claim was denied because, as I've mentioned previously, the relevant regulations demand that a resident prove staff negligence to approve the claim. Mr. Nixon sat on his bunk and watched other inmates come in and steal his property, and then, without securing his remaining property, left his cell to gain protective custody. His items were stolen due to his own negligence and his own inaction, and that's why his claim has been denied. And we recommend the committee do the same. Thank you.
Committee questions? Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you say he sat and he didn't do anything. I see in his comments, he's like, that he was expected to get up and fight these guys. But the claim of the state is that he should have alerted authorities?
Yes, he should have done something to alert staff that he was being stolen from, to gain attention, to to do something to prevent the theft.
Any other questions? Mr. Nixon,
Yes.
is there anything more you'd like to add?
I tried to secure my property, as I said in my one of my statements. I did not have a lock because it was still in property, and I was told I would have to wait until the next day. So I was unable to secure anything in my room before I left. I didn't have that option, and I was not able to alert staff because there was 3 people in my house at the time, and if I would have said anything, I probably would have ended up in an ICU in the hospital. Uh, I guess that's all I have.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that, committee. If there are no more questions, thank you, Mr. Nixon. We will give you our decision within 21 days.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, committee, our next claim is 7511, property loss, Lee Andrew Mitchell Pennington, $135.
Good morning. My name is Jacob, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Landrew Mitchell Pennington available?
He said. I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't hear anything that you said. There was a pre-recorded message.
Good morning. My name is Jacob, and I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Lee Andrew Mitchell Pennington available?
Yes, sir, he is. There you go.
All right. Yep,
Do you,
I'm here.
hi, Mr., is it Mitchell Pennington or just Pennington?
Mitchell Pennington.
Hi, Mr. Mitchell Pennington. Hello. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Special Claims Committee on Claims Against the State. And we have your claim in front of us in the amount of $135. It's claim number 7511. We have all the documentation that you sent into the committee, and you're on speakerphone with the committee. So we are going to possibly ask you a few questions, and then we'll ask for the Department of Corrections to give us their view of your claim, and then we'll make a decision within 21 days and get back to you with our decision. So, so do you have anything more that you want to add about your claim?
Well, Uniteam, Coob, I don't know her first name, at HCF, at Hutchinson Correctional Facility would also be able to verify that we didn't get our state pay for the I believe I put the month in there in actual paperwork or the application for you guys' for this.
Mr. Mitchell Pennington, this claim is for a refund that you.
Yeah. No, okay, so it was split up, cause it was 75 for a refund of my Airmark money that
Yes.
it took and then it was also my state pay. Did you see that in there? Cause it was combined. It's 60 plus or 5940 plus the 75 equal 135.
I'm looking for the state pay. I do not see that form. Does anybody else see it? Mr. Mitchell Pennington, we do not have the state pay form in our documentation. We do have the $75 refund that you were requesting from Airmark. So can we just deal with that one right now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Would that be all right? Okay, committee, we're going to make that $75, same claim number, since we don't have the documentation for the refund on state pay. Anybody object to that? Okay, we'll do that. All right. All right, I think we understand the situation. We've got everything in front of us. Department of Corrections, do you have anything you'd like to add to this to give us your thoughts?
Mr. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pennington was issued a $75 refund on July 30th, 2026. I did mention that he was requesting $135 for an unstated reason. I assume that was the state pay he just talked about. The $75 is the correct amount for this claim.
So are you saying then that he did receive his refund?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this claim has
been, I don't want to
Void?
call it a settlement because it wasn't a formal settlement, but we did refund him the money that he was owed.
Mr. Mitchell Pennington, did you hear that?
Yeah, yeah. I had filed grievances and all kind of other things to try to get it, and then as soon as I filed this, they gave me a refund like on that date.
Okay, very good. So you really don't need a $75 refund now. You received it already.
Yeah, I do have I'm curious on a question. I do have a question just
Quickly,
for the
yes?
committee in general for
Yeah.
future. What exactly is this? Because in the information that you guys have in the packet they give us in KDOC, it doesn't really tell us what exactly this committee covers, and I'm curious on what type of remedies is this for? Is this just for would it be considered for my state pay, not getting paid for my state pay? Is it for like injuries? Like I don't know what exactly this. I'm curious on what this committee is for, used for. See what I'm
Well,
saying?
Yes, so not to inspire you to give us more claims, but you may submit a claim for just about any reason. And whether or not we um, feel that it's a valid complaint is what the committee discusses and determines and makes a finding on. So we're really not restricted to anything.
Okay,
Monetary,
so
I'm sorry, yeah, just for monetary, thank you very much, yes, sorry. Yeah, monetary remedy, does that make sense? Money, monetary remedy.
now so here's a crazy question. So like
Gotta hurry,
if you
I've
have
got
like
another
lost
claimant.
okay, like lost wages for something, would that be something this committee or is that like the
Well, you can submit the claim and we'll see. I
okay,
can't determine that now, not having seen it.
okay,
Okay?
all
All
right,
righty.
yep.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell Pennington. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would like to
Department of Corrections.
I would like to make one more statement on this. The reason that Mr. Mitchell Pennington claims he had submitted it time and time again, and it wasn't paid until he submitted to this committee, was because he had never exhausted and never gotten to central office. We were able to pay that out because the proper people became aware of the complaint, and that's why it was paid out.
And that's the other thing I would ask you to remember, Mr. Mitchell Pennington. You have to exhaust all
Yeah.
your remedies before you get to us. You have to take it through the facility, your supervisors, Department of Corrections, and the secretary before it ever gets to us.
Okay.
Right? Okay, there's a process. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right.
Mhm. Bye-bye. Committee, we'll do one more claim and then we'll take action while these are fresh in our mind, okay? So claim number 7505, Mr. Bryce for $293. And while we're dialing, Mike, when can I ask your advice on this? Since the claim is, we'll just say, the claim is kind of void because he received what he wished, what action should we take on that?
Well, I think just a
Go ahead.
motion to dismiss the claim because it's with prejudice because it's been paid. Clarify that it's for the $75.
It's already been.
Good morning. This is Nicole. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislators Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Derek Bryce available?
Mr. Bryce?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Bryce.
sir.
Hi, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us for $293. It's claim number 7505. We will, we've got all of the documentation that you sent to us. We will possibly ask you some questions about the claim and ask you to give us any additional information you'd like to provide. Then we'll ask Department of Corrections to give us their view of the situation of your claim. And then we'll make a decision and notify you within 21 days. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So claim number 7505 for $293. Is there something you want to tell us about this claim?
The whole thing was for me to be able to well, I take it. I had to downsize my property, so instead of me throwing anything away, I decided to donate it to the call out to where I still be able to review the property or review the books. But so he gave me a paper to donate. So I signed the paper, filled out the paper. But then once I had got out the hole and asked about the books, it went out something to Form 9, and the chaplain said that nobody responded, and he disposed of the books because you can't donate books. Well, I wasn't never under the impression that you can't donate books because I've always been donating books. And so all of a sudden you can't donate books, so he destroyed them. And I didn't give permission for the books to be destroyed. I already kept the books if they were going to be destroyed.
I understand. Committee, any questions? If not, Department of Corrections response, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, attorney for the Department of Corrections. Mr. Bryce's claim was denied because once he signed that property disposition form, he lost the right to determine what happens to the books. Just like when you donate old clothes to Goodwill, they could get rid of them, they could sell them. It's not up to you at that point. Furthermore, once again, they must prove staff negligence to succeed in a property claim, and there was no staff negligence. The chaplain actually went above and beyond for Mr. Bryce as he held on to the books for a period of time to see if Mr. Bryce wanted to do something different and dispose of them after not hearing from him. For these reasons, we recommend the claim be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, any questions? Okay, Mr. Bryce, is there anything more you want to say to us?
Well, the whole point was to donate to the call out. I didn't, to give permission to, you can do what you want with them. It was specific to the call out.
We understand that. Yeah. Thank you. We will make a decision and get back to you within 21 days. Have a good day.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, committee, we've got 5 claims that we need to take some action on. We're running a little bit behind, but not so much that I think it's going to be problematic. So let's start with claim number 7504. That's Mr. Waller for $1,850. Is there a motion or a recommendation on that one? Representative Rogers or Representative Turner? Representative Turner, whichever one. What do you want to do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we deny claim number 7504. Having heard the testimony, it seemed that his claims that it was smashed were investigated, and in fact, the items weren't smashed. He talked about the procedure by which people can come in and do these inspections, but he didn't speak to the nature of the condition of the equipment, which he originally claimed was smashed, but via others it was not. So I move to deny. Thank you.
Motion, we have a second?
Second.
Representative Rogers seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Second claim is also Mr. Waller, and that's claim number 7510 for $44.99. Is there a motion on this claim?
Madam Chair.
Representative Rogers?
Move we deny claim 7510 in the amount of $44.99.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, I think I saw Senator Cluse. We're going to give him a moment in the minutes. Okay, Senator Cluse, move to deny. Is there any discussion? Yes, Senator Haley.
The channel guard.
Channel guide.
Consternation about it. I hear the totality of it. It seems like it was well made. But it's not fully rebutted by the department. But so I don't.
I think that, if I might, I think the fact that he could have asked for a refund from the supplier and didn't, and then so that he could then get a channel guide from the new vendor was the majority of the issue. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, this next claim is 7495. This is Mr. Nixon. This is property damage, $309.10. Is there a motion on this claim? Representative Rogers?
Madam Chair, I move to deny claim 7495, the amount of $309.10.
Is there a second? Second anywhere? Motion's going to die without a second. Okay, motion died. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair,
Representative Rogers?
I move we deny claim 7495.
Is there a second? I'll second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My hesitancy on this one was just reading throughout the testimony, the intimidation aspect. And I don't know, it's just kind of hard to sometimes navigate through that, and whether or not he failed to contact someone due to the fact that he felt some intimidation, 3 individuals in there. So I guess I wanted to at least say that much concerning this.
Sure. Yeah. He did paint a picture of where he was sitting on his bunk and, yeah. But the other piece of this is we only approve claims when it's staff negligence. If staff didn't know about it, how were they negligent? Because he didn't make an attempt to notify them. So that's the other piece of this too.
Right, and I think that's where he said, she said, intimidation comes in. So I just wanted that noted.
Sure.
Anything. So.
Discussion, Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your point, being new to this committee, of course, but when we talk about the point of negligence, he talks about that he had a lock that he could use to secure his valuables, but it had been confiscated. I guess I should have asked the state for more clarification of that, but.
We can still get clarification.
And beyond that, I guess are people free to come and go into these rooms, short of the folks that live in those rooms securing the door? I'm just trying to be mindful of the situation. So.
Madam Chair Committee, Darcy Holdhouse, Facility Management, KDOC. They are not to enter a cell that is not assigned to them. However, a lot of the residents stand in their doorways, doors open, and talk to other people. There is access to those cells. We know what happens. We try to do best we can. There's usually only 1, maybe 2 officers per 128 inmates, so it's hard to police all of it all the time. And I'm sorry, what was the
padlock?
He mentioned a lock that had been confiscated that potentially he could have used to secure some of his items.
The only reason a lock would have been confiscated is if he didn't purchase it. So he would have had to have purchased a lock. So if he did not have a purchase receipt, it would have. It was my understanding when I had questioned it that he had never purchased a lock and actually never had one. So I don't know how we confiscated it.
And then back to the first, so you're saying that, yeah, these folks are not to be just walking in and taking other people's possessions, but the ratio of rooms to people observing those rooms is such that it could happen, and in this case, he claims that it did happen, and his recourse would have been to leave the room and go find a correction officer and,
Yeah, or
correct.
notify, he left shortly after, so the event happened. They walked out of the room, he walked out of the room. He left the door unsecured, they walked back in the room, is my understanding. He had the opportunity to tell or notify an officer or a staff member, because there's also unit team members in there, but they're officed, so they're in an office. He failed to tell anyone, and then he waited to file his claim, and then he never exhausted the claim either, until the committee directed him to.
So can I follow up on that conversation, just so I'm clear? So he never really told anybody that day about what happened. He just waited to file claims and, okay. Got it. All right, so process was an issue.
Well, I was trying to, it's hard to scroll back here and find the timeline, but it does give a timeline, basically, that these folks were in his room at 7:15, or at 8:15 they took something, and at 10 he went and told someone. So there was a timeline established. I'd have to find it quickly in this testimony.
And I believe because you weren't here for the prior time that this was heard, the video was reviewed, and there is no one that appeared to walk out with anything in their possession. And they all wear the same type uniform. Some of the items he's claimed missing they're bulky items. We would have noticed them if they were trying to be disguised under a t-shirt or something.
Okay, thank you for your comments and answers. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that is good information, because sometimes, we forget. Very good. Okay, we have a motion and a second. The motion is to dismiss the claim of $309.10. Deny. I'm sorry, I said dismiss. I always get those D words mixed up. Deny. Thank you. Motion and a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. It's deny, not dismiss. Thank you. Claim number 7511, this is Mr. Mitchell Pennington. This is a refund issue. Remember, we changed the amount to $75. He did get the refund, so we have a motion to, you said to dismiss the claim, Mike? Or just dismiss, without prejudice, or just dismiss? Senator Haley, I looked at him and he said.
The standard language is to dismiss, but the committee is, in the past, has said dismiss without prejudice. So, I mean, I think that's probably more precise than just dismiss. But if you deny it, it doesn't come back. If you dismiss it, it could come back.
Well, there's no reason to have it come back. He already got the money. So why don't we just deny it?
Deny is the right way then.
Senator Haley, is that?
With the insight that the chair provided to, he could refile. He's on notice that.
Not this one.
Not this one, but he could file for anything else. If there's something else, I'm sure.
He will.
So he would, yes. So with that insight that the chair shared with him,
Is deny versus dismiss is the question. Deny, yeah. Yes, I hope I haven't inspired him to continue to file claims, yeah.
So I
had to answer honestly.
I would make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Claim number 7511. Do we have a second? Senator Cluse, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, that motion to deny passes. And the last one is the donated books. This is claim number 7505, $293. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair. I would move to deny claim number 7505, as he signed a disposition form that released his ability to control those books. Thank you.
Do we have a second? Second, Senator Cluse. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Oh, I didn't hear ayes. I just moved right on. Ayes. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, committee. Isn't this fun? All right. All right, I think we're ready now. We're maybe 10 minutes behind. That's really nominal for this committee because people like to talk. Okay, not you people, people on the phone. Claim number 7492. This is Eric Trotter Ballinger in the amount of $5,000 for property loss.
Hi, this is Nicole. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Eric Trotter available?
Yes, he is. I will turn the phone over to him. There you go.
Hello?
One moment, please. My PDF file. Did that. This one. Okay, now it's open. Maybe. There we go. I got it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello, Mr. Ballinger.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Ballinger. Sorry, it was taking me a minute. I was having issues with my laptop. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us, and we are looking at claim number 7492 in the amount of $5,000 property loss. And we are you're on speakerphone with the committee, so we may ask you some questions or ask you if there's anything more you want to add about your claim. Then we'll hear from Department of Corrections, their view of this claim, and then we will make a decision within 21 days and get that decision to you. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Okay, so would you like to tell us, Mr. Ballinger, anything more about your claim?
Just to do a quick overview, June 4th of 2024, I started keeping a notarized composition book of incidents taking place to make sure that I'm in line with following the PLRA, which is the Prison Litigation Reform Act. And one of the clauses in there is they want to be absolutely sure that we exhaust all remedies before trying to file a case downtown so it doesn't get summarily denied. So one of the things that I took the liberty of doing was getting as many copies of documentation that I needed to mail and present to you guys. So I do have copies of that. And I was dealing with like property come up missing, being thrown away, and being able to narrow down the who, what, when, where, and why. And I read the instructions carefully this on the Joint Committee Claims application when filling out for our claims. And one of the questions I'm going to ask at the end is, do you guys feel that I did everything within my scope to satisfy the instructions for claimants?
I'm going to turn to staff. He asks if we feel he fulfilled all the things that he needed to do to submit his claim.
So there's only a certain number of things that staff looks at to determine whether or not the claim will be heard by the committee, and it's up to the committee to determine if they feel he's exhausted, like, for example, exhausted all his administrative remedies.
Mr. Trotter, let us Mr. Ballinger, I'm sorry. Let us hear your claim and listen to Department of Corrections before we answer that for you, because there could be something more that's required that we don't know about yet. Okay?
Internal management policy and procedure that we must follow in KDOC.
Pretty much. I mean, we've got Department of Corrections staff here, and they will communicate that to us as well.
All right, because my understanding is when it comes to property missing, and there's two parts to the informal resolution. Verbal sometimes, is a step to take, but if it has to be a written informal resolution, they have the Form 9 process. And if we're told to fill out a property claim, for instance, then it has to be within the 10-day, working calendar days of the occurring incident. And so once you fill out that property claim under Internal Management Policy and Procedure 01-118D, you have to be detailed of what came up missing, give them the who, what, when, where, and why, and they give you a BA number. At that point, they do an investigation and determine whether it'll be denied or not, because have been incidents, which I've given you guys evidence of, where they said my claim was denied, and it was basically to ask for the property to be replaced when I had transferred on one incident. And it got denied, and instead of the property being replaced, they gave me $23.79 out of a $570.32 claim for me asking for the property to be replaced, and ended up taking that money and giving me a slip for a set-off payment, but that wasn't the remedy I asked for, and I know I don't have any control of that part or portion of it. But when one of the other incidents, I was clear in finding out what happened when they said that they looked at the camera and didn't see anything in the rotunda, for instance. Because if we get packed out, let's say that we go to segregation or transfer, and we're not there to have hands-on with the property, then under Chapter 12, they have full control of it, which they pack out the property, they sort it out for allowables or non-allowables, or the KDOC personnel has their hands fully on it at that point. And then when we receive the property inventory slip, sometimes we get to see the property that's allowable if we go to segregation to sign for, but we don't get to see the property physically that gets turned into A&D. And in the specific incident I'm talking about, on 9/11, I was taken to the hall. I didn't get a DR or anything. I ended up getting out, maybe out of segregation about a couple weeks later. But I asked about the property a couple days later, so maybe on the 12th, I want to say. And the officer, the lieutenant, and captains, they went to go review the tape and said they didn't see anything inside of the rotunda when they went to do the property. I said, I have a witness, and also if you review video footage, you'll see that when I was in B1 cell house, that the officer took those documents. These was notarized legal documents, notarized intellectual property documents, label covers, important stuff that I had submitted with the civil department in Central County. And this was a compilation of 8 years worth of work. I have the original copy of the titles that was submitted to the civil department in the safe with my family. Also, I have a physical picture, but I didn't know how photo evidence works in these type of situations. And in the background, you can see the notarized list, but I have a copy of all the titles, which is in the notarized documentation notebook of all the titles that was submitted to the civil department in Sedgwick County, the date that I received the certificate of service, and pretty much either the code number for the electronic filing Form 9 issues that I had addressing specific issues, or copies of property claims or receipts to physical organic Form 9s that I filled out to make sure that I didn't miss a step on providing you guys with the information that was needed to make the determination in the case.
Okay.
So on my end,
yes,
I wanted to make sure that I kept all my receipts and paperwork to prove, to refute any claims that was made in contrary to what I presented. And basically the process how I feel to go, what I'm familiar with is if they take me to segregation right now, I don't have no physical control over the property. I go to seg, an officer packs out, they inventory the property, and then when they come to seg, you get seg allowables, and then your line allowables go to A&D, and then you sign for it, and then there's a line on there that says, was inmate present for the pack out, and then they always mark no if you wasn't there. When I transferred from Lansing, that incident, Sergeant Andrews was a witness, signed off on my TV and things like that nature of electronics not showing up. They have emails where the unit team was emailed them in Lansing, and they said the property was on its way. It never showed up, and I did everything that I was supposed to in accordance with the policy and procedure, but yet and still was still denied. So even when I was able to appeal it, I was able to find resolution in a little bit of those incidents when it came to a couple of electronic items by going through EAI supervisors here, the deputy wardens, and the Secretary of Corrections, Mr. Jeff Zamuda. And sometimes I would get denied and then no remedy would happen on the important stuff. And these were the documents and articles that I needed to present to the Small Business Administration for upon release to be able to get the business loan. So I just wanted to make sure that I dotted all my I's and crossed my T's before you guys run your investigation and get the portion of exactly what was to take place to make sure I did everything I was supposed to do on my part as far as following the guidelines and steps of everything that I'm supposed to do in my capacity.
Okay, Mr. Trotter, you've covered everything, I think, very thoroughly, and we are familiar with those processes inside the facility, so I appreciate your thoroughness. And committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Trotter before we hear from Department of Corrections? Okay. Department of Corrections, your response?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, attorney for the Department of Corrections. Mr. Trotter's written materials were far more limited than his verbal testimony, so I can only respond in substance to what he submitted written, because that's what I've prepared. For that, he was talking about legal documents and a television. He had had 3 significant instances of having legal documents sent out right before this. I have the dates listed on my recommendation to you guys.
Is that what it means when you say removals? The removals, or they're being sent out?
It can be a pretty broad term. In this case, it was labeled as excess property. He had it removed and sent to these places.
So it wasn't removed and destroyed, it was removed and sent out?
Yes, ma'am.
That was my question.
Correct,
I was
ma'am.
reading your response. Okay, thank you.
Furthermore, for the TV, he submits no evidence for that. He just says, I lost a TV. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be denied, as his documents were sent out and he has submitted no evidence for the TV.
So we have no evidence of anything missing, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure that I have that base covered, because in that incident when my TV property claim was denied, which I just got through showing my counselor, I have a copy of the receipt. I have a copy of the inventory slip, and I also have a copy of the BA, the denial of the property claim. So in this documentation that I have, which is a copy of, the original got thrown out with the paperwork on the 9/11 incident. But this is where I have a receipt for the TV on 6/3/2024 for the 15-inch TV and an extension cord.
Okay, Mr.
that I
Trotter,
purchased.
Mr. Trotter, we don't have that receipt in our documents. So even though you may have it, we don't have it. So we can't deal with something we don't have in front of us. So you'll have to submit a new claim for that after you've gone through the process at the facility. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't lose you in what I'm trying to communicate here. This actually ended up getting remedied. So I just had mentioned how you say you don't have that documentation, but I'm holding in my hands the copy of the receipt, and I apologize if this didn't get to you guys, but I thought that this was part of the paperwork that I sent.
Okay.
But I do have a copy of the purchase of the TV on 6/3/2024.
Mr.
And
Trotter,
I also
stop
have a
second.
copy of
Mr. Trotter, wait a
response.
minute.
Yes.
You said it's been remedied. Does that mean we don't have to deal with it in the future? It's been remedied. What does that
Yes,
mean?
not with the not with the TV, and that's because I took that to EAI Hussey that works in EDCF, and she was able to remedy that. So the TV portion, no, it's more or less the injuries that I sustained physically that I documented. It's more or less the the property that came up missing 9/11. That was the bulk of the claim.
Okay.
The documents that was thrown away for when my Risperdal claim with the attorneys was sabotaged, and I mentioned it in there.
Okay.
I was going through a lot of
Yes.
I was going through a lot of physical and mental anguish at that time that I was trying to make sure that I crossed every step. I suffered head injuries from when I was in LCF from staff. They ended up getting rid of that staff member that was the cause of that. And so please bear with me. I'm trying to make sure that I'm able to articulate clearly of what the gist of what's going on. And so I do my best to keep all my receipts and paperwork. I believe that when I did submit this to you guys, it was a compilation of incidents that was going on where the main one is I want to go to the recent one where I was took into segregation 9/11 of 2025, and upon me going to segregation, I never received a DR. They end up letting me go like a week or two later. However, those legal documentations that I have were destroyed, thrown away. And so when the officers did an investigation, they told me to put in a property claim. When I did that, I got a response back 4/27 to 2026, and it says that they checked for the property room for paperwork, and there was nothing stored for this resident. I reviewed resident Ballinger Trotter property file and checked his inventory sheets and found the inventory label RHU allowable completed on this resident property when he went to RHU 9/11/2025. The inventory indicates that miscellaneous paperwork was included in the pack-out. There was no indication written on the inventory that there was no discrepancies when the property issued back to the residents.
Mr. Trotter,
And so,
Mr. Trotter, you're one of
Yes.
like 24 claims we have to hear today. And so we're going to have to stop you right now. We have all of your documentation. You've been very articulate, very thorough. So we really don't have any more time right now. If the TV situation is still out there as a claim, you will need to resubmit another claim to us. Okay? But we understand, we've got all of your written documentation. I think we understand your situation with things that you had collected that were mailed out or not mailed out, what you feel you lost. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Trotter? Because I think we've got the general gist of this.
okay.
Okay, so Mr. Trotter?
So if being that the TV situation got remedied, do I necessarily have to put in another claim for that? Because that the TV
No.
portion did get remedied.
No, we don't need to hear about that. I just wanted to double check. If you've got it remedied, we're comfortable with that. That's great.
Yes. That's in conclusion, that's been remedied. The only thing that I'm addressing now is I did put in a property claim
Yes, we've
for
got
the documentation on September 11th. But so as long as I was thorough in that aspect right there, then you guys have pretty much answered all my questions.
All righty. Well, thank you so much. Committee, any questions of Department of Corrections? Okay, Mr. Trotter, thank you so much for visiting with us today. You did a very thorough job of explaining your situation. So have a good day. We'll be back with our decision within 21 days.
Okay, thank you for your time
Thank
and consideration.
you.
I appreciate you guys
Thank you.
and gals.
Bye-bye. All right, committee. Our next claim is claim number 7512 in the amount of $750,000, personal injury.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee Special Claims Against the State. Is Sean O'Brien available?
Mr. O'Brien?
This is Sean O'Brien.
Hi, Mr. O'Brien, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We have your claim in front of us. It's in the amount of $750,000 personal injury. So we have all the documentation that you sent in. The committee has reviewed that. We may ask you some questions or ask you to tell us anything more you'd like us to know briefly about your claim. We'll hear from Department of Corrections and we'll ask them what their view of the situation is. And then we may ask some additional questions, but we'll get back to you with our decision within 21 days. Okay?
That sounds very reasonable.
Okay.
I do have a statement prepared.
Okay. We're listening. You're on speakerphone with the committee. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning. This is Sean O'Brien. Today is August 18th, 2026. As I'm under the impression this phone call is being recorded. If you have any questions about what I'm going to say, please wait until I'm done speaking and then ask. In the matter of Sean O'Brien, 2100215950, claim number 7512. Mr. O'Brien, a resident and in the custody of the state of Kansas at Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Reno County, Kansas, 500 Reformatory Road, Hutchinson, Kansas, 67501. As of August 16th, 2026, the medical department at Hutchinson Correctional Facility has changed from Saterion to Vital Core, and the new medical department sees the situation differently and has now ordered x-rays with Mr. O'Brien, the injured areas, and then consideration of a future MRI. We are now awaiting the x-rays themselves. The injuries incurred here at Hutchinson Correctional Facility on December 4th, 2025, in B1 Cell House, Cell 122, directly in front of Master Sergeant Tarr. On August 14th, 2026, resident O'Brien again spoke with Master Sergeant Tarr about testifying in court that O'Brien was in fact crushed in the door for approximately 2 minutes, and he would absolutely be willing and able to testify on Mr. O'Brien's behalf in a civil matter between O'Brien and the state of Kansas, as well as O'Brien and Mr. Tarr, also had a conversation about the fact that C.O. Mather had been terminated employee by ks.gov from Hutchinson Correctional Facility after she had crushed an additional inmate hand, resident Noriega 20000014107 in the cell door. On 12/23/2025, a staff member, Master Sergeant Clark, was also closed in the cell door, screaming, "Open the FN door, open the door," by another female, CO Johnson, also terminated. This seems to happen regularly here at Correctional Facility. Pardon me, I'm getting my notes. Mr. O'Brien on 12/4 was told by CO Mather to get ready for the shower, get stuff. As instructed by CO Mather on the way out of the cell 122 and B1 Cell House, the door closed on Mr. O'Brien, crushing him. The left abdominal, left leg, left lower back, left hip, left shoulder, neck, collarbone area. Went to medical for evaluation. Ibuprofen for pain. Was told by registered nurse Gonzalez for assessment of getting crushed in door, brought back and taken to the clinic in a wheelchair, pain level 10 of 10. CO Tar told me I was being crushed in the door for approximately 2 minutes after he reviewed the video.
Mr. O'Brien,
Again, given IB. Yes, ma'am.
we have all this information. I'm reading it as you're reading it.
Yeah.
You do not need to read this to us.
Okay.
We have all of your
Okay,
information in front
well,
of us.
no, there is some additional information.
Please be
The
brief.
state of Kansas, well, you guys just sent me 2 letters, so I know you don't have this information. On 8/13/2026, Mr. O'Brien received 2 letters of correspondence from the Joint Committee on Special Claims against the state, informing me that if Mr. O'Brien had changed his mind or wished to speak to the Joint Committee by the phone, must respond by August 12th.
Yes, we are the Joint Committee.
Committee does.
Yes,
I'm sorry?
we are the Joint Committee, and we're letting
Okay.
you respond on the telephone.
Okay, well, I wasn't given this information until 12/13, a day after the decision was expired. Again, that's why I asked to let me finish, even if you do have all the information.
Okay, well, I think we understand. We've got all of the information it's in order, it's in chronological order.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
so I
there's
think,
information such as I was never given a physical examination for approximately a month after, never looked at the injuries, never saw the bruises. There was a particular issue that in between my genitalia and my anus, a piece of intestine popped out. The nurses said, I've never seen anything like this before. It's all in the medical records. When I asked for a copy of the medical records, they told me that I have to sue in court to even be able to see the medical records. I've done everything within the required parameters of Hutchinson Correctional Facility claim number BA00114434 with regards to properly filing the personal injury claim. Now moving forward with the legal action against KDOC Hutchinson Correctional Facility in the state of Kansas for representation from Alexander Chenier Law Firm with anticipated representation from attorneys Anthony Riggins, Peter Barnett, and Robert Sugar with Wichita, Kansas at a rate of 33.4% of the requested amount as of 8/13/2026. That's what I had planned on doing.
dismiss. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien. We're going to hear from Department of Corrections now. We have all this information in front of us, and thank you for sharing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
And he said before you heard from the Department of Corrections that it was just going to be dismissed outright.
No, we're going to hear from Department of Corrections right now, okay?
But the gentleman that just spoke said that my claim was going to be dismissed outright.
No, it's not going to be dismissed outright, not at all. We will take action on it, but because you have not exhausted all of your legal remedies and you've hired a law firm, that just adds a different layer to this, okay?
Like I said, as of today, I'm still representing myself pro se, but have sent out the letter to that law firm.
Yes, we understand. Thank you.
right,
We'll hear from Department of Corrections now. Thank you. Christine?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. I think the committee has said most of it. Mr. O'Brien is in the process of hiring counsel and filing judicial action in this case. And as such, it should be dismissed without prejudice pursuant to Rule 2 to allow him to pursue those remedies.
Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions for Department of Corrections? Okay, Mr. O'Brien, thank you so much for all of your thoroughness. We have, excellent documentation from you. So we appreciate that. We will give you our decision within 21 days, okay?
All right, thank you. And then as of today, it is not being dismissed outright.
We haven't taken any action as of today. Not yet.
All right. Well, thank
Okay?
you. And then what was your name again one more time?
Senator Dietrich.
Senator
Dietrich.
Thank
Spell
you
it like
so much for your time.
Rich. You're welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, committee, we'll now move to claim number 7508. The claimant is Mr. Evans, Zabriel Evans, perhaps. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. That was our fault. Yes, have a good day. Okay, claim number 7508, Mr. Evans, property loss 38414.
Hi, this is Nicole. I'm calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislators Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Zabriel Evans available?
I have him right here on speakerphone.
Yes, ma'am, this is April 11th.
I'm Mr. Evans. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us, claim number 7508, in the amount of $384.14. We have all the documentation that you shared with us in front of us, and you're on speakerphone, by the way, with the entire committee.
Okay.
We may have a few questions for you, and we have Department of Corrections here who will present their side of this claim. And again, we may have some questions, but and we will get back to you within 21 days with our decision on your claim. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am. Could I ask who's representing the Department of Corrections right now?
We have a staff attorney here today. Do you want to introduce yourself, Christine?
Hello, Mr. Evans. My name is Christine Tortorese. I'm an attorney for the department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, Mr. Evans. So we've got your claim in front of us. Is there anything you want to tell us about your claim? A couple sentences, anything you think we might need to know?
Well, on the TV in the remote control, right? I put this claim in on February the 12th. Well, excuse me, February the 5th. Even within the facility, they haven't completed the investigation or anything. In IMPP 118, it says they're supposed to do it in 30 days or give me a notice of a 20-day additional. They haven't did any of that. So I wanted to add that to the record.
Okay. All right. Committee, do you have any questions, or shall we hear from Department of Corrections? I think they're still conferring. Hang on one second, Mr. Evans. Are you ready, Christina, to?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. So Mr. Evans has multiple claims. First, he claims he's due a $10 refund for tablet time. He claims he is missing a TV and that he is now missing a headphones, thermal top, and sweatshirt. The TV is waiting for him in A&D. He will be reissued upon him getting out of SEG. He has received a refund for the $10 tablet time. And for the sweatshirt, thermal, and headphones, he signed his inventory without notation that the headphones were missing. He had never purchased a thermal sweatshirt, and the sweatsuit had not been on his prior inventories at the time, proving he did not have them. I believe I gave the prior inventories to Ms. Hennicher, who should have made copies.
Yes, we have them.
So for these reasons, Mr. Evans has suffered no provable loss, and we recommend his claim be denied.
Committee, do you have questions? You got a handout of the additional inventory. Questions? Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. They did give us the copy of, I believe this is the document you're referencing. So as I look at this, I heard comment earlier that there's a space where they sign whether they're present when these inventories are done or not. So Was he present when this inventory was done? I don't know where to look for that.
It's at the bottom of the form.
Right. The signature of resident is what I see. Does that mean that they were present? Or did they sign it after the fact? That's what I'm not sure.
Sometimes it's notated, though it's not consistent across it, that will always specify whether or not they were present for the pack out.
Where did you say he was, that he would be getting these?
In the RHU, we do have a TV labeled with his name in A&D and Hutchinson waiting for his return.
Can I add something to this?
Yes, you may add.
I like to say on the headphones and my sweat bottoms, I did receive those back, so I take the headphones and the sweat bottoms off the claim just in honor of me receiving those items back. The only thing that I did not get back was my sweatshirt, my sweat top, and my TV and my remote control. And even with the thermal, it was done. I purchased it on a special thing from Lansing when they do like special clothing and they sell boxers and thermals, undergarments. So since I didn't have a receipt to that, I'll take that claim away too.
Okay.
But before y'all today, I'm here because of my sweat top, my TV, and my remote control.
And so did you hear the representative from Department of Corrections say that you have a TV waiting for you when you get out of wherever you are? I've already forgotten it again.
No, ma'am,
Restricted.
no, ma'am, because they never responded to my property claim. I had not known that. So if there's a TV in my property, I'm fine with that. You hear me?
Yes, we do. And Christine, would you like to reiterate that?
Yes, Mr. Evans, there is a TV waiting for you in A&D that will be dispersed to you soon.
All right, I appreciate it. So I'll settle that. The only other thing is my thermal top. When I came down and I'm gonna be brief with this. When I came down to segregation, the same day on January 25th, they made me strip out everything. Okay. They threw all my personal clothes. They threw them on the floor, and from there it was on camera. They did not put that property back within the rest of my property. Somehow my sweats just pop up and I got my sweats right here. I thought we was going to be on Zoom meeting so I could show you my sweats purchased. Okay. But well, the top did not come with it.
Okay. Mr. Evans, I've got a question from a committee member, Senator Haley.
Thank you. Two quick things.
Okay.
Actually,
it's for the attorney.
Right. Maybe both. Does the TV, maybe assume that the TV that you have has a remote control?
Yes, sir.
It is. Okay, just making sure that's complete. And then finally, is there an enumeration of the sweat top, wherever that might be, that Mr. Evans referenced?
For the price of it?
Is that in all of we did get, as you know, the inventory, but maybe I see thermal tops on the last page of the inventory. It says 2 thermal tops, but I'm not able to see where that last remaining item might be covered or
we don't
discussed.
have a cost for it either.
Or cost, yes. That's my own.
I'm sorry, I was dealing with the thing with the TV. Could you please repeat your question, sir?
Thank you. Madam Chair, Council, thermal top. Is there an enumeration for the thermal top that references what Mr. Evans is saying has not been accounted for?
There is no receipt of purchase for that, so there is no price listed.
Well, and my confusion is on the 8/1/24 property listing, there are 2 thermal tops. Are these not the same, or is there something other than that? Or maybe Mr. Evans can clear up when the thermal top was acquired. He said it was a special time or whatever. Was that after?
Yes. No, one was a sweat top. Excuse me. One was a sweat top. It's like a gray sweatsuit, and the thermal top is like was an undergarment, like a long johns. But so I said I disregard the thermal top because I bought it on from a special purchase. So, and I didn't have the receipt with it. But my sweatsuit top, I put the receipt with my claim.
Okay, Madam Chair, Mr. Evans, I'm just trying to expedite this. I don't know what the value might be of that missing t-shirt, thermal sweatsuit top might be, but we could probably find some, clarity on what that valuation might be, and it might expedite your claim in this committee's time. How much are we talking about? Yeah, I'm just trying to get a valuation for it. I imagine it probably may be a line item that might be more easily dispensed with.
Or will the facility just give me another thermal top? I mean, a sweatsuit top, excuse me, a sweatsuit top?
Mr. Evans, hang on a second. Representative Turner?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is, as I'm reading, let's see if I got a date. A letter dated, it's August 7th, explaining the legislative situation. Anyway, it says, he signed his property inventory. He did not notate his missing headphones. He's never purchased a thermal top, although on the inventory we see 2 thermal tops, and his sweatshirt was not on his prior inventory. So I'm confused between thermal tops and sweat tops, first of all. Okay, so, but it looks like you're saying he never purchased a thermal top, yet there are 2 on the inventory that was done in 8/1 of 24. So.
Sir, it's possible he may have traded for another resident, or somehow acquired one another way. However, had he not purchased it, which his receipts show he did not, he has suffered no monetary loss.
Mr. Evans, your sweatshirt that you're concerned about, is it the Russell sweatshirt for $25.67?
That's exactly what it is, ma'am. And I sent the receipt. I sent the receipt with my claim.
Okay. Thank you for that. We at least have an amount now. We'll look for the receipt. Thank you. Committee, do you have any other questions? That's really the only outstanding thing left on this claim. Okay, everything else is gone. Okay, thank you, Mr. Evans. We appreciate talking to you. We'll get back to you in
I appreciate y'all too. Thank you.
21 days. Bye-bye. So, committee or staff, I see the amount, and I don't have a page number because I don't know how to get to the page number piece here. What is it? Page 223, $25.67. I just don't know where a receipt might be, but it's actually, it says cash. Is that the receipt? Is that the equivalent of a receipt?
What page are you talking about?
Is that the equivalent of a receipt? It's his banking transaction. Is that it? Okay, we've got it. Senator Haley, $25.67. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Replacement that they may have, the department may
Just
have.
to dot I's and cross T's, that's a purchase history, not a receipt, but it does serve the same purpose.
Is it, can we use it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All righty. Thank you, committee. Yes, Senator Luce?
So I was going back to Senator Haley's question. Seemed like maybe we bypassed that, but he was asking if there was some sort of a replacement that could resolve this, or no? Can they have
Unless
a
Department of Corrections, I don't know.
There might be, I would need to check. However, the committee typically is only able to give monetary relief, not injunctive, like give him a thermal.
Remember, we don't replace item for item. We just give the monetary value.
No, and I understand that, but I mean, it sounded like he was amenable to maybe if they would, was I following that right earlier?
Yeah, whatever replacement might
Maybe that's a Darcy question. Darcy, does the
And then we wouldn't have
Department
to
of
deal with
Corrections
this.
ever replace an item for someone?
Darcy Holdhouse, Facility Management, Kansas Department of Corrections. Yes, we would be able to do that.
Would you be amenable to that if we made that our motion?
Dismissed it, and then I would just take it up again.
Miles.
And it sounded like the claimant was open to that. Yeah, so that could resolve things. Thank you.
Good. While they're here, could I ask, while you're up, you know, I'm a huge fan in my personal life of recycled clothing, reused clothing. I always am looking for a good thrift store. You know, of any senator and others, you know, I really am. Does the department ever retain items, clothing items, and, well, recycle, reuse them? I mean, I'm thinking if there was some clothing made available for whatever reason, you just ship it out when there's some transition. I mean, you have a clothing or some internal clothing, or I imagine there are other items, books, whatever else might be found in a good thrift store. Maybe Senator can help me figure that out. That the department maintains. You know, you could get him his thermal top back if there was one retained, as long as it fit.
We generally do on electronic items, some canteen type items, foodstuffs. Their clothing items, however, are marked with their name and their number on it. So we generally do not recycle those. We do sometimes have some, say somebody ordered a wrong size or something like that. We do have some at times, but if not, we would certainly be able to give him the monetary value.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. No, it's good discussion. All right, are we ready for our next claim? We have 7502. This is an interesting number, $309.51. That sounds so familiar to another one we had, $309.10. So now it's $309.51.
The cost of a TV.
Okay, it's claim number 7502. That's interesting.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Kansas Legislature's Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Demario Emery available?
So I don't need to be on Teams then?
No, you do not. No.
Okay. Well, I've been waiting on Teams for 40 minutes. I didn't know what I was supposed to do.
Just telephone.
Hello, this is Demario Emery.
Hi, Mr. Emery. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We've got your claim in front of us for $309.51. And we have all the documentation that you sent us. You're on speakerphone with the committee. And so we may ask you some questions, and then we've got Department of Corrections here, and they're going to give us their version, or not their version, their side of the claim and their position. And then we'll make a decision within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Emery, we've got all your documentation in front of you. We understand what you're asking for. Is there anything else you want to add to this? This is a 15-inch TV you're asking to have replaced?
Just a replacement or?
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Emery? Not, we'll hear from Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. The TV that was damaged and then confiscated from Mr. Emery was not the one issued to him in the property claims, as he states. It would have been properly engraved with Mr. Emery's name and identification number, and as it was not, it was definitively not his TV nor supposed to be in his possession. For this reason, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
And you discovered this when he was sent to the hole and they went in to pack him up and?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Committee, do you have any questions? Mr. Emery?
Yes, ma'am. I was sent to the hole, and when I was in the hole, they was trying to write me up for a stolen TV, and they contacted Miss Morris. I told them to contact Miss Morris because she's the one that gave me the TV, and she contacted them, and they gave me my TV back when I got out the hole. But I seen that it was like cracked. The screen was cracked before I left the hole. I plugged the TV up and seen was it working, and the TV was cracked. That's how I even have the TV back, because Ms. Morris vouched for me that she gave me that TV, because my TV was in evidence, but Ms. Morris is the reason why I got the TV out of evidence.
Department of Corrections.
I still have the TV now because they told me to keep it. It's the same TV she gave me.
Ms. Morris stated in her original response to this claim that if the TV was not marked with an engraver, it was not the TV she issued.
Okay. Questions? Okay. Mr. Emery, thank you. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to say to us? Thank you so much for visiting with us today. We'll get back to you within 21 days.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Bye-bye. There isn't another person, is there? Okay, so do you understand, committee, what that was about? Those are the new members. Okay, so the person that he says gave him his TV, said that TV was not the one that he was issued. It didn't have his name on it. It wasn't listed on his inventory. It was clearly not his TV. So he's asking to be reimbursed for a TV that's not his.
Can I ask? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the clarification, but it seems that it was in his possession when he was sent to this other confinement situation. I'll just call it that. I don't know if to call the hole or whatever. But anyway, so he has a TV and it's taken into state or custody while he's gone. And then when he comes back, some TV is broken in his claim. Is that the same TV? So maybe it was never his TV in the beginning, but was it broken while in the custody, I guess, when he was in?
The claim didn't get that far because since it was not his original TV, he had no right to it. It's possible he traded for it, might have sold something for it. However, they're not supposed to do that. So as the TV was not the one issued to him, he was never supposed to have it, and he never had any rights to possess it.
Sometimes you don't know that until they get in trouble and segregated. Pack up their supplies.
It's engraved usually on the back or the bottom side of the TV, so you can't see it unless you're looking for it. So from across the cell or across the unit, they would not be able to tell that that wasn't his TV.
So just if I may follow up. So his claims may be correct that they took this TV, put it in holding, and then when I got it back, it was broken. But he never got it back, is what you're saying, because it wasn't reissued to him, whether it was broken or not. Is that right?
He shouldn't have had that TV in the first place.
Not his.
Was it given back to him? Because he said, I'm looking at this TV now, I thought. Did I not hear that?
I believe it was given back to him, and he's claiming it was broken when he got it back.
And that's why he wants a new TV.
Okay, so it was given back to him, it's broken, but since it was never his, we're questioning whether we should reimburse him or not.
Because it was not his TV. It was in his property, but it was not rightfully his property at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Always interesting. Okay, the next claim is claim number 7489, and the claimant is Verl Crawford for the amount of $750 personal injury. When we get to our last one, we'll stop, make motions, and then break for lunch.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Verl Crawford available?
Mr. Crawford?
Okay, hello?
Hi, Mr. Crawford. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have you on speakerphone with the committee, and we have your claim in front of us, $750 personal injury. We've got all of the documentation that you sent us in front of us as well. And so we are reading it and reviewing it. If there's anything more you want to tell us about it, we'll let you do that in a minute. We also have Department of Corrections folks here who will give us their side of the claim, and then we will get back to you within 21 days with our findings. Okay?
Okay.
All righty.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Crawford, is there anything you want to tell us about your claim that we may not know or didn't see?
Well, it's this officer, he signed an agreement, a code of ethics, and he's not honoring it whatsoever. That's all he does is he creates a hostile environment, and he targets Latinos and African Americans. That's I sat and watched him for 10 months out there at the East Unit, and that's all he ever does. You know, he's a mess. You know, I just want him to be punished severely enough where he'll stop his practices. You know, what he's doing, because he know what he's doing is wrong.
Okay.
But they're letting him get away with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We've gotten a lot of documentation from you in your claim, so we appreciate that.
Yes.
Committee,
All right.
I don't know if you have any questions. Not, we'll hear from Department of Corrections. Christine?
Thank you,
Okay.
Madam. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections.
Yes, ma'am.
The staff in this case has been dealt with appropriately. I'm not at liberty to discuss our staff disciplinary procedure here. But more importantly, Mr. Crawford has suffered no measurable injury. He suffered no monetary loss, nor has he stated how he calculated the $750 amount he claims. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
Do you have any
Yes.
questions for Department of Corrections? Senator Haley? Oh.
No.
Mr. Crawford, did you want to say something?
No, just I pretty much said what I needed to say. All I want him to do is just to cease and desist from the practices that he's handing out, you know, because I truly believe after watching him for 10 months, that's all he ever does is target Latinos and African Americans.
Okay, very good. I think we may have a question from a member of our committee, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me,
Mr. Crawford?
Yes, sir.
Just curious, you heard the department's representation. I certainly appreciate the claim that you're making. Just wondering how you arrived, because this committee really deals with, you know, tangible loss, you know, financial matters. Why is there, I mean, you've sustained no real loss. I do understand and respect the claim that you're bringing regarding personnel. But the question is, where did we find, or what is the reason in this particular docket, this committee, for your the claim for $750?
I can answer that. I use this as a mechanism to help me exhaust my administrative remedies, and just in case if I decide if I want to proceed, you know, further and file a lawsuit against the officer.
Okay. Well, we've made that record then here, but there is no actual loss. I mean, I understand what you're doing procedurally, but there is no actual loss of $750 for restitution. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that correct or no? Am I right about that? All right.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Crawford, appreciate that.
Yes.
Maybe any other questions?
Okay.
If not, thank you, Mr. Crawford. We'll get back to you within 21 days with our decision. Have a good day.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Okay, our last one.
Very quickly, sorry, before we begin, Madam Chair. The next claim, Gregory Scherer 7497, appears to be missing from the morning packet. I have sent an email with a PDF of that, but please let us know if you cannot view the PDF and you need it on from the thumb drive.
Did you say that again? Where is it? Where am I going to find it?
I sent an email
Now?
just recently, yes.
I didn't see it pop in. I found it. Okay. Everybody find that claim form? It was missing from our.
Additionally, this claim has been heard previously by the committee. It was dismissed without prejudice because he did not appeal to the secretary, but he has since appealed to the secretary and refiled the claim.
See it?
Hi, this is Nicole. I'm calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Gregory Scherer available?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Scherer. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich, Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us, 7497 in the amount of $1,000.66. So we've got all of the documentation. You're in on speakerphone with the Claims Committee, so we can hear you. Hopefully you can hear us. We will ask you in a minute if you have any additional information you want to provide to us. And then we've got Department of Corrections folks here who will give us their side of this claim. We may ask more questions, and then we'll give you our decision within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Mr. Scherer, is there, I know you've filed a claim with us before and we dismissed it and sent you back through the administrative process, and now you've done that. Is there anything more you want to tell us?
If you guys look at the paperwork, you will see on the shakeout when they took me for my surgery, you'll see where they marked through the TV and the typewriter, which they did not document it properly. Then if you go and look at the property sheet, you will see that I had both the typewriter and 2 TVs, but I'm only worried about one because yes, there was a property removal for one TV. That's because it broke.
Okay.
And I threw it away because I was new to prison and didn't know that I had to do a property removal form. Until someone else told me that I needed one, so I went and did it.
Okay, very good. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Scherer? If not, we'll hear from the department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. As Mr. Scherer noted, he does have an inventory where television and typewriter are striked out, but he also signed that inventory as correct without any notation. As such, he affirmed that he did not have a TV nor typewriter at the time. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
I have something to that.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Scherer.
If you look at the paperwork, it says that there's 2 signatures. You got one where it says this is correct property, and then you got one where you said this is what you received. I signed the one where saying this is what I received. I didn't sign the one where it says this is correct.
There is a sign on both lines.
I only signed on one.
Do you have it in your packet? I can show you guys the inventory.
Looking for it. We have a lot of paper here.
Yes, ma'am.
What page?
Madam Chair, I believe page 15, where it says he did sign on, certify the property was returned to him, did not sign the correct inventory of the property, but there's no date on the other one. But that is page 15. If that's the correct.
I believe my pages are numbered differently, but it would be
Close to that.
but it does have a signature on both lines on the version I have.
Page 13 in your packet does have a sheet that appears to have two signatures. Page 14 and 15 are highlighted with no signature for the correct inventory line.
The one with both signatures says Kansas Department of Corrections electronic checklist on top.
Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative
Okay, it
Rush.
looks like, so the electronic checklist was done with the typewriter and television scratched out, was signed on, resident signed it on 11/8. Officer signed it on 11/4. Then we go back, then the next page, 11/22 for the officer's signature, but there was no resident signature. And then you go from January of, or no, not November, January.
May I pass around the version I have? I just want to make sure.
That's fine,
Yes, sir.
because, yeah. Just trying to, Madam Chair, I'm just trying to see if there's a, if there is an inventory when he went to surgery, an inventory when he came back from surgery, or and I guess I'm confused because I remember, was this the same one that we dealt, I know we've dealt with this before, where he had two TVs, and, because I think I asked, why did he keep a broken one if we're not supposed to have broken ones? And so I think that this is similar to what we have. I'm just trying to, I guess I'm trying to understand why there are two electronic checklists. Is that right from what I'm seeing? Because what you're showing, and this is the only list you have.
I have a few more pages of his inventory. However, that one would have been the only one.
The signature ones. You
Correct.
only have one that's been signed.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Madam Chair, I'm sorry to belabor this point. I'm just trying to, show a little bit of empathy as my wife. I told my wife, I have it somewhere. I'm trying to find it. So, no,
The other thing I'm looking for is the total,
the what?
how he got to 1,066.
I believe he stated that some of his property from his earlier claims had been returned to him. However, he did keep it the same as his original claims.
So
The total for the radio, TV, and typewriter he's claiming is $986.81.
Say that again.
$986.81. It's the very last thing in my recommendation.
Okay.
Bottom of the first page.
I'm looking at so many pieces of paper here.
Okay, well,
questions?
I would say we just go off what DOC has then.
Would anyone else like to see the signs inventory? Thank you, Representative Rogers.
I would like to see it.
So this looks, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead,
Chair.
yes,
So
Representative.
this looks a lot like, as the representative said, this looks a lot like what we have online here too. I guess my curiosity is the signatures. Some of them are November of 24 and others are November of 25. That seems, why
I
would,
would chalk that up to a typo. I have the documentation I was given.
okay, so we assume 24 was the correct year? Is that right? 11. The officer signed at 11/22 of 24, resident signed at 11/8 of 25.
$11.8 is when I got out of the clinic.
Hospital.
Of 25.
Okay.
1/8 of 25 is when I got out of the clinic from after having to stay there because I had metal in my my leg and brace.
Okay, so it's a 1, it's not an 11, sorry. Okay, and then my question for you would be, I'm sorry, for the, would be, so these lines going through typewriter and going through, what's the other one, TV, television, there's no date, nobody's signature. How do we know when those lines were scratched through? Was that before he signed it, after he signed it? I mean,
Had that property been present, you can see the ones that are notated have the condition and the type filled out. So had a TV and typewriter been present at the time this inventory was completed, those sections would be filled out. The line is to prevent someone from filling it out retroactively.
so what about radio/tape player? It's not slashed out and there's no indication of conditions.
It's okay. Mr. Shear, while they're looking for that, do you currently have a working TV?
Yeah, I broke down and bought one because it's been over a year and I don't know when I'm going to have the money again. So I broke down and bought one. The main thing I'm worried about is getting back the money for the TV and the typewriter.
So did you purchase
The
another
rest is,
typewriter?
no, because that one's over $500.
See that?
The reason why my signature is not on the shakeout sheet is because I didn't know I was going in for surgery that day. All I got told is I had an outside appointment. I wasn't present when they packed up my stuff.
Christine or Darcy, do you have anything to add?
He did send out a radio on 8/21/24, but that is all I have to add at this time.
Say that again.
He sent out a radio on 8/21 of 24.
Sent out.
Yeah, it was considered excess property and he had it removed from the facility.
So, do you hear that, Mr. Shearer?
Yes, I did, and I got another one, but I ain't worried about that.
You're not worried about the radio?
No, I'm not. I'm only worried about the TV and the typewriter.
Madam Chair.
You have a TV, you don't have a typewriter. Go ahead. Representative Turner.
Well, I think the answer may have been to my question because you had said, I said, well, how do we know when these lines were slashed? And you said, well, we know because these areas are blank, meaning no indication. And I said, well, radio tape player is blank too, and it wasn't slashed. And I think your answer may have been to my question.
Oh, yes, sir.
It was sent out.
Because it was sent out, yes, sir.
Okay. And, but he's correct that he didn't sign the other two that acknowledged that was an incomplete
Yes, that is correct. However, those, when an electronics inventory is present, those ones would not have showed the electronics listed on an electronics inventory regardless.
In the earlier, you gave evaluation to the chair, lady, and it included typewriter, I think. You said TV, typewriter, and something else. There were 3 items.
The radio, he just said he doesn't care about.
That you offered was for all 3, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that was for all 3. I would need to look back through my notes to figure out what the price
The
would be.
valuation on the sheet 2025, the transaction sheet for the typewriter was $591.20. I'm still wondering what happened to the typewriter. In all of this conversation, what happened to the typewriter?
I cannot give a definitive answer. It's possible it was stolen, broken, otherwise sent out, but he did sign that he did not have one on the date in question.
But yet he purchased it January of 2024. See the confusion?
Something probably happened to it in the year between. It's just unclear what. The evaluation for the property minus the radio would be $900.71.
Committee, any other questions? I think we've kind of beaten this horse to death here. All right, Mr. Shearer, thank you. We will get back to you with our decision within 21 days. We appreciate you giving us all this information, and we hope you have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Committee, we have claims to take action on, then we'll go to lunch, then we'll come back. We do not have minutes to approve, so we'll start up again at 1:20 with claims. Don't worry about minutes. We had an issue with the formatting, so you'll have minutes the next time we meet. So as you look at these claims, we have claim number 7492. That was Mr. Trotter. That was the $5,000 loss. Do we have any action on claim number 7492? $5,000 property loss.
Yes.
Very articulate. Yes, person. Yes. Representative Turner.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move to deny claim number 7492. He claims that value was basically an intellectual property loss because he had put together some information on the small business research. There was nothing to substantiate that price. So anyway, motion to deny claim number 749.
Do we have a second? Senator Cluse seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Move to deny. Claim number 7512, this is Mr. O'Brien, $750,000. Representative Turner, you wrote out the motion. Do you want to make it? Or not? Did I put you on the spot?
I'm sorry. What I wrote was we're going to dismiss without prejudice. Under Rule 2. Okay, so I move to dismiss claim number 7512 without prejudice under Rule 2.
Do you have a second? Senator Cluse, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no? Okay. No, you don't want to dismiss it under Rule 2?
I just want to
deny it. Okay. All right. Okay. We have, it still passes as dismissed under Rule 2. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Claim number 7508. This is the sweatshirt. Senator Haley or Representative Turner, you want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion, Madam Chair. I move to dismiss claim number 7508 with the understanding that testimony was that they were going to replace the sweat top at a value of $25.67. So, thank you.
Is there a second? Senator Cluse?
Discussion. Is that the appropriate motion, or do we just direct them to replace? replace it or?
No, we talked about that. If we dismiss it, because we don't really direct to replace. They pinky promised they would.
We trust the direction, okay.
Dismiss without prejudice, or just dismiss? Does it really matter? He just said dismiss, so let's just dismiss.
The verbiage is in the motion about the
Dismiss.
about
Yeah. With the understanding. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we've had a motion, a second. We've had discussion, more discussion.
They say they have the TV. They say he'll get the TV when he gets out with the remote. We don't need to. We can trust him. We trust him. We don't need to.
They've got it. He's got it with his name on it.
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right.
Okay. All right. No further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay. Motion passes. Next, we have claim number 7502. This is Mr. Emery wanting to replace a TV that's not his. Do we have a motion? 7502. A motion to deny. There's a second. Second with Senator Rogers. Discussion. Representative Turner.
I guess my hesitance on this one is and being new to the committee, of course, but this was in his possession and it was taken. And then while in that, it was confiscated because it was deemed to not be his appropriate property, I guess. So it just seems that he wasn't restored. I'd like to see that he was restored back to where he was when he was taken away and things were restored to him, but that's not the case. So this TV that may have never been his was taken, broken while in handling, and then not given back because it was then deemed to be confiscated. So that's my heartburn on this one, but thank you.
Fair enough. That makes more sense than some of the underwear we've argued over the years, so that's good. Not yet. Very good. All right, we have a motion and a second to deny. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No? No? Okay. Motion passes. Claim number 7489. This is the personal injury of $750. Have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move we deny claim 7489.
Is there a second? Second, Senator Cluse. Any discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I think in this case, the officer situation was dealt with, but there's no idea how the 750 was arrived at. So it's a denial in my view. Thank you.
Very good. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Last one is 7497, and this is the claim we just heard with Mr. Scheer. Do I have a motion? Need to think about it for a second. Representative Rogers, you're thinking, or do you have a?
Well, I'm not sure, is this the third time in front of us? I'm still not there. So with that, Madam Chair, I move to deny claim 7497.
Is there a second? I'll second, so we can get it off the table here and start talking about it. Okay, discussion? Senator Haley?
Thank you. The amended to 986, 81. What was that?
70.
971.
Because the radio is crossed off.
Yes, the property was claiming was the 980 and change. However, he said he doesn't care about the radio, which takes it down to the 900.
But he bought a TV, so he's got a TV. He just hasn't got a typewriter. The typewriter's 591. 120, but we don't know if he had the typewriter to begin with. When he says he lost it. So it's a little convoluted. So we have a motion to deny and a second. We're discussing. Representative Turner.
Yeah, I guess my consternation on this one is, you know, the things that he offered was that I didn't sign that form because I wasn't attesting. These were the things that were returned to me. I wasn't vouching for that evidence, and it seems in these pieces of paperwork that we were given that that is in fact what happened. So I do think he suffered some loss here. It's a little vague as to the pieces and parts and the value of those pieces and parts of what he should be awarded, but that's my haziness on this topic, but thank you.
Any other discussion? So we have a motion and a second to deny. All those in favor say aye. 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 Does the second say aye? I was the second. Oh, that's why. And I said aye. I seem to forget. All those in favor, all those opposed say no.
No.
Then there's one no. The motion passes. Okay, motion passes. He'll be back. All right. Thank you all. It's time for lunch. We'll come back in an hour, 1:20. But if you want to make it 1:30, I'm okay with that too. If you straggle in. So we give you plenty of time. We've got afternoon claims. If you have a voucher, would you please give it to me, sign it and give it to me? And thank you all. Go outside, take a deep breath, come back in. This was a complicated morning. Thank you all for your hard work. No, I'm sorry, we're keeping this paper for, no, you can have it. back on. I'm waiting for you to show that sign that says we're not in recess. Okay. All right, everyone, this is the afternoon session of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are going to start again this afternoon with our first claim. It is claim number 7494. The claimant is Tyron James for $210.48. So we'll call him.
Hi, this is Nicole. I'm calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Tyrone James available?
Right here, that's Tyron James.
Hi, Mr. James. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. You're on speakerphone with the committee. We have your claim in front of us. Yep, for $210.48. So you're on speakerphone with us. We can hear you. Hopefully you can hear us. We've got all the documentation that you sent us related to your claim in front of us. And we've also got Department of Corrections staff here who will give us their thoughts on your claim. We may ask you some questions, but we will get back to you within 21 days as to whether or not we have, the actions that we've taken on your claim. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. James, is there anything you want to tell us about your claim that we don't see here in front of us? Any additional information?
Do y'all have the copy of the Form 9, GTL Form 9 that I sent the unit team about my personal pictures? I don't remember if I sent you a copy of that or not.
One moment, we're checking. Yes, we do have that.
Okay. Let's see. Turned in the claim multiple times. Y'all got that. Y'all got the Form 9. Y'all got the report, investigation sheet.
Yes, we have all those forms. Is there something you want to tell us about your claim? Anything you want to add?
No, there's nothing. That my books. It was actually 2 books that I was missing, and both of them, like I got one of them in 2024, and the other one was in 2015. It's like, so the value price should not have went down on the one I got in 2024.
Okay. All right. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. James? If not, Mr. James, we're going to hear from Department of Corrections. Will you hang on a second? You can listen. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese. I'm an attorney for the Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. James's facility claim was denied because he signed his property inventory on the relevant date, both that it was correct and he received the property with no notations. For this reason, his claim was denied at the facility. He has offered no further evidence other than his handwritten notes to come to this facility, so we recommend his claim be denied as well. Thank you.
Okay. Committee, do you have any questions? Department of Corrections?
No, but I do have a response to what was stated.
Sure, go ahead.
These officers and unit teams do not give us our property until we sign those inventory sheets. And then later, when we try to let them know that we're missing things, they'll tell us to send them a Form 9.
Mr. James, what was that last sentence? They do what?
They tell us to send a Form 9, and a lot of times those Form 9s end up missing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Committee, do you have any questions? Mr. James, thank you so much. We will get back to you within 21 days with our findings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. We do have a question for Department of Corrections.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Say, on this one piece of, well, I don't know that page number matters, but anyway, at the top it says in bold print, Kansas Department of Corrections. It's got allegations and then findings of fact. The resident turned in multiple claims which have all gotten lost when the unit team was being reassigned. So does that mean that you're agreeing that all these forms, because he claims that he filed these forms and they keep getting lost. So do they get lost when, I don't know what a team unit's reassigned, but thank you.
Apologies. Thank you, sir. El Dorado had a large change of staff recently. There were some that got misplaced during that turnover. However, the claims were the claims were eventually properly investigated and dealt with.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It just seemed to, I noticed that he pointed out that I've made several claims and they keep saying that they're lost, and it seems like we're admitting that they got lost in that process too. So, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The next claim is claim number 7503, Jason Jones, $750, personal injury. Why is $750 the common thread here for personal injury? Oh, that's the highest amount. That's right. Okay. Thank you for the reminder.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Jason Jones available?
Mr. Jones?
Hi, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Jones.
Hi, ma'am. This is Jason Jones.
Hello. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us for $750 for personal injury, and we have all the documentation that you forwarded to our Claims Committee. So you're on speakerphone with the committee. We are going to ask you if you have anything more you want to tell us. We may ask you some questions. We have Department of Corrections staff here. They will give us their position on your claim. We may ask some more questions, and then we will make a determination and give you our results within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there anything more you want to offer regarding your claim?
You guys did get all my attachments.
We have many attachments, so yes, I would say we probably do have all of your attachments.
Okay. I requested that you guys be able to view the. Hang on 1 second. Can we put this back on speakerphone? Because this is like it's acting really weird. Hang it up. Hello? Can you still hear me, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, because it sounded like I was in a cave or something. Okay, I requested, the incident happened on July 22nd, 2025 at approximately 4:09 p.m. in a cell house at Hutchinson Correctional Facility. And I requested that you guys be able to view that video footage of the incident.
Sir, we don't have any.
Has that been?
No, we do not have any video. We just have.
Is there any way that the committee can view that video footage because it states the whole incident.
Sir, we really cannot view the video. That's
Okay.
confidential information, and we don't have the ability to do that, but we do have all the written documentation and reports and health forms.
Okay, that was the only thing that I had a question with. We can go ahead and move forward with all the documentation.
Okay, committee, do you have any questions? I know there's a lot here and you may not have a chance to get through all of it yet. Do you have any questions yet of Mr. Jones? If not, we'll hear from Department of Corrections and that might generate some questions. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. Jones claims that staff closed a door on the food port door on his arm. His facility claim was denied because this use of force was determined to be reasonable after a thorough investigation by our staff. Furthermore, this incident is within the statute of limitations, and as such, Mr. Jones should have exhausted his judicial remedies pursuant to Rule 2 before coming to this committee, and it would be inappropriate to discuss Mr. Jones' medical information in this open forum. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be dismissed without prejudice.
Questions, committee? Mr. Jones, is there anything more you want to relate to the committee?
Yes, I would like to. Man, this phone is really messed up. I would like to. Maybe if I turn this down, it'll quit doing that. Do you think it'll quit doing that if I turn it down?
Up, but I think it's on there.
Is this better?
We can hear you fine.
Okay, this phone's messing up on my end. I didn't hear basically what she said, but I would like to just walk the committee through what happened that day and the process of, I was in segregation. The process of getting meals is the Airmark Services pushes the seg carts to the segregation unit in a meal cart. The master sergeant of segregation has to go out and approve that everybody's meals are there and sign off on them every day. I have a special diet. So my nature of my complaint was the master sergeant continued to not give me my prescribed diet. I have a medical diet. After this continuously happened, they would go by and serve regular meal trays. Then they would come back and pick the regular meal trays up. Then they would start running yard or showers, and I wouldn't get my meals at all. Or they would be like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and they would have to go make me a sack lunch. After this continuously happened, I asked to talk to the master sergeant who was signing off on these meals being delivered on time. I was speaking to Officer, I believe her name was Morales. I was not disruptive at all. I was leaning down and I had my hand resting on the food tray, where they pass the food in and out of the cell. Officer Mahler got called to a condition. Upon his return from the condition, he didn't know what me and this officer was talking about or anything. He just walked by my cell and slammed the beanhole shut with my arm sticking out of it. Once it did not shut, it didn't shut because my arm was caught in the door. He looked me directly in the eyes and leaned all of his weight into the food pass it wouldn't shut because my arm was in there. There's no other reason for an officer to do this other than to create harm to myself. So I had to push the bean hole back open to get my arm out of it. I would like to step the committee through the disposition of my disciplinary case. I do believe that I sent you guys a copy.
Mr. Jones, the disciplinary case doesn't really have any bearing on this committee's actions. We're here to assess whether or not you have a personal injury and that you have given us reason to agree that you have a $750 claim. So we've got all of the documentation in front of us, that you submitted. It's got your disciplinary actions. It's got your handwritten statements. It has everything I think that we need. So I do have a question,
Okay.
Department of Corrections, if you don't mind, just 1 second. Christine, I see that the claim was submitted to the warden and denied. Was it sent up to the secretary? Has he exhausted his administrative? There's a lot of documentation here. I may have missed it. I think it has not as well.
I do not believe so.
So he hasn't really exhausted all of his administrative actions?
Correct, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, thank you. Committee, do you have any other questions? Okay, Mr. Jones, thank you for your.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for visiting with us today. I'm sorry the phone was not behaving properly on your end. We will get back to you within 21 days as to our findings. But don't hang up, Mr. Jones. Will you hand the phone over to the supervisor? We have another inmate that we need to visit with in the same facility.
Okay, and thank you guys very much for listening. And if nothing else, it does bring aware that, how we are treated in this environment.
And we appreciate
I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't hang up. Have a good day, but don't hang up.
They wanted me to.
Hi, there should be a Billy Elliott, has the same number.
I think he is waiting outside. I will go grab him. One moment. On the phone for you, Hud. Just to follow up first, yeah.
We're going to be hearing case number 7496, $750, Mr. Billy Elliott.
I have Mr. Elliott here.
Mr. Elliott?
Yes.
Hello. Mr. Elliott, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I am chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. We are hearing your claim for $750 against Department of Corrections. It's claim number 7496. You are on speakerphone with the committee. We've got all of the documentation that you sent regarding your claim, and we have you on speakerphone so we can ask you questions. You can ask us questions. Once we have heard from you, we will hear from Department of Corrections. They'll give us their view of this claim, and then we will get back to you within 21 days as to what our findings are. Okay?
Okay, I was of the understanding that this is claim number 7501.
Well, we have two claims from you. Can we do the first one, 7496, personal injury, $750?
Yeah, see, I wasn't informed that we were having the hearing on that, so
Would you,
I didn't bring any of that paperwork.
do you want us to move on to 7501?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, committee, I think we'll have to come back to at another committee meeting, 7496. We'll move forward with 7501 for $74.50. Okay, we're ready, Mr. Elliott. Is there anything you want us to know about that claim that isn't in your documentation?
Yes, ma'am.
as you know from the documentation I sent you, are you hearing this clearly? Because I'm getting feedback through the speaker.
We hear you just fine.
Okay. I filed Form 9s, a grievance, a letter to Darcy Holthouse in the Secretary of Corrections office asking for my money to be refunded. They completely ignored it for over a year. When I filed my claim with you guys, within like a month or 2 months, they finally refunded the money. However, they held my money for over a year, denying me the interest off of that money. So now, all I would request would be the interest on that $74.50 for a year.
Okay. Any questions, committee? All right, Department of Corrections, do you have a response?
Mr. Elliott received a full refund for his property, and there is nothing in anything for him to get the interest. It was from an Athena issue. However, he has been fully reimbursed and made whole.
Committee, any questions? Okay, Mr. Elliott, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We will give you a decision within 21 days, and we will move the $750 personal injury to the next meeting, okay? Since you weren't prepared.
Can I make one statement first?
Sure.
According to IMPP 01000D, it is called Vision, Mission, and Values. And 1A states, as an organization, we are open and honest in our dealings with the public, the legislator, fellow employees, and offenders. Is it open and honest to withhold my money for a year and deny me interest with no explanation, no reason?
Department of Corrections.
This is an IMPP of the DOC.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I appreciate that information. Is there anything more you'd like to say to us?
No, I'm pretty much sent all the paperwork, but yeah.
Okay.
They should pay me my interest.
Okay, we understand. Thank you. Can he hang up, Nicole? Okay, have a good day. Okay, so committee, the next claim we're going to hear is 7509 from, it's Bobby Stark in the amount of $19.96.
So we're gonna see. Take your call now.
Okay. I'm going to try the first number one more time and then we'll move on to the next one. Or is it all the same number?
Mr. Stark is in a similar situation where he has gotten a refund for his claimed 1996.
Oh, he's already received a refund?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we?
At least it was being processed as of August 11th.
Oh. So committee, do we want to just trust that that refund is being processed? Okay, so we'll just dismiss this one again when we get to it because he is getting that refund. Okay. 1996. Okay, thank you. Should have read your letter. I was still scrolling through all the paperwork because you do say that it's being processed. Okay. You want to go now? The committee will move on to claim number 7490. That's a property loss, $767.45. It's Mr. Mukes. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, you cannot leave a message for 316867.
That's it.
Connect you.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Mr. Mukes available?
Yes, he should be in the at the extension 423.
Yes, we had attempted that number. Nobody picked up, so we tried this number.
Okay, hang on just one moment. I believe they are working on getting him cuffed up and brought up. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, he is back in custody. However, we do need some more time to investigate based on how scant his paperwork was. I just got some inventories I need emailed to me yesterday, and I haven't had time to fully go over them yet. Correct.
Hello, is someone still there?
I think he's getting the hang of it now. He just, he's on a roll, on a roll, on a roll. Waiting on Mr. Mukes.
We have not asked him for additional information yet. However, all he supplies were handwritten notes and part of a property claim that he filled out, but not the response part. I reached out to KCI to get some more inventory, to get a purchase history for him, and just heard back yesterday.
I just
To see if he's
wondered if he does
purchased
come
his
to the
claimed
phone,
item.
if you would say that you're asking for more information, but it's not from him. It's from other sources that you're needing it, so.
Correct, however, if he chooses to submit more information, that would be helpful.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, this is Senior City Manager Joseph, and I apologize, I moved the phone, there, and it hung up. They are bringing Mr. Mukes up right this second, he should be up here any moment. I apologize for the delay, it was supposed to happen at that other extension.
Go to the next one and then read up. Mhm.
Good.
Second. Her version of any second is not.
Hi, is there anyone there?
Yes, ma'am, I just put you on mute since my door was open, you didn't have to listen to the guys yelling.
Okay.
Is Mr. Mukes there by any chance? Christine, are there any other claims that you need more time on?
No, ma'am. We did settle Mills 7498,
So we want to,
but only that one. We have not settled the other claim Mr. Mills has.
Okay, ma'am, I have Mr. here.
thank you. Mr. Mukes?
Can you hear us, ma'am?
I can hear you, but I didn't hear him.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Mukes?
who am I speaking with?
Hi, Mr. Mukes, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on the State Special Claims Against the State. We have your claim in front of us for $767.45, but we have learned from Department of Corrections that they need more time to investigate your claims because they now have some receipts and things in their possession that they need to investigate. So we're going to move your claim to the next meeting that we have, which will be in October. So is there anything you want to tell us about your claim before we do that? I know it took.
Well, before I do that, can I ask what is the things that they are supposedly having to investigate?
I'll ask them to respond to that. Christina?
Please, because I was placed in the hold May 2nd, 2025, and I believe I wrote a short note in there with attached to the claim. My property was in KDOC possession the whole time, and of course I went through the original property claim, but basically they denied it. Their excuse was because I didn't state exactly how the officer had lost it, but that would have been impossible because I was transferred without my property, and I didn't get it until about 2 or 3 weeks later, and that would have followed me to a whole different facility, the facility that I'm at now. So basically, in between that time, my property was lost. Everything was packaged. It was in boxes or a sack, and it was placed inside of a bathroom, a staff bathroom, and whenever I got here, I tried to communicate that with the officers here, and I understand they got a process, but I also understood that there was going to be something that was going to interfere as far as either my property coming up missing, it being damaged, or something. So,
okay, I'm going to let Department of Corrections tell you what they're looking at. Okay.
We're still looking into receipts and purchase history, not submitting any hard evidence, and just handwritten notes significantly increases our workload in defending our claims.
Did you hear that, Mr. Mukes?
No, I couldn't understand.
Can you speak up, Christine?
We're still looking into purchase histories and receipts, not providing any kind of actual response from the facility, and only giving handwritten notes except for a filled out property claim greatly increases the amount we have to do to prepare for these claims. And as such, we need more time to fully respond.
Okay. Well, for most of the items, I do have a personal copy, the originals of my purchases. So I don't know how hard it would be for him to find that, but I do have copies of those, but I obviously couldn't fit that all into the letters that I sent.
Okay. Well, we'll give you more time now, as well as the department, to give us any additional information, and we'll put this on our October agenda. I promise you we'll deal with this in October.
Oh, okay. The last thing I would like to say is that in between transfers from the time that I first started ordering property, which would have been around 2017 or 18, being at places like Ellsworth and Hutchinson Low Medium Camp, which is their East unit, there's a lot of things that we are allowed to buy that actually does not turn up on our property. Some of the things I got, like for instance, bottles of cinnamon, I've purchased that while being at Ellsworth and also at the Hutchinson East unit, but those don't pop up on our property claim because it's a separate order.
Sure.
I
understand that.
Outside, all of my electronics should be on my order form though, from my fans, TV, radio, and anything else that I had. My lamps.
Yep.
All of that stuff, it should appear on record, and I also have records of it.
Okay.
But as far as some of the smaller things, it's not gonna pop up on there. These were all special orders, what do they call them, like the JCs and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, we'll get all that information put together and we'll look at this in October. So we've given everybody plenty of time. So thank you, Mr. Mukes. I'm sorry you had to come all the way up, but at least you got your steps in today, right?
I got what?
I'm joking, nothing. Good talking to you and you have a good day.
Thank you. You said this is the senator?
Yes, it is.
Okay, this is, what was your name again?
Brenda Dietrich.
Okay, nice to meet you, or rather talk to you, Brenda.
Nice to talk
Thank
to
you.
you as well.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Okay. The next agenda item, the next claim is claim number 7491, Mr. Kemmerly, property loss $23.70. And we're right on schedule, 2:15. Gold star, everybody. Fritz does.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Christopher Kemmerly available?
Yeah, he's right here. Yeah.
Mr. Kemmerly?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Kemmerly. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the state legislature. We've got your claim in front of us. It's number 7491 in the amount of $23.70. We have all the documentation that you've sent with your claim here, and you're on speakerphone with the committee. So we will possibly ask you some questions, and then Department of Corrections is here, and they will present their side of your claim, and then we will give you our findings within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so is there anything you want to tell us about your claim, even though we have all the documentation in front of us? Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, okay, so.
Are you still there, Mr. Kemmerly?
No, it's not.
Oh. They are having some trouble with that phone, aren't they?
We will now connect you.
I apologize, I was trying to move the phone closer to the
That's okay. That's quite all right.
All right, so when you're housed in A1 cell house, A2 cell house, B1 cell house, or B2 cell house, all inmates are cuffed up at their cell door before they're able to exit the cell. That's for, like currently I'm in cuffs. If you go to showers, if you go to any medical, if you say have an altered state and you're being transferred from your cell to the infirmary. So on the day in question, and let me get my little paperwork here. On July 22nd, 2025, they called an altered state on me at my cell door. I was essentially cuffed up by the black suits. I was taken and I was given a medical assessment there in the pod, and then I was transferred in handcuffs by the black suits, and I was taken down to the infirmary.
Yes, we have all that information in front of us, Mr.
Right.
Kemmerly.
Right. So, well, I tell you this because my property claim was denied
And the reason why Ms. Perkins denied my property claim was because she said, and I quote, "It is possible he packed out his own belongings and turned the boxes over to the officer to complete the inventory." And that's not the case. I was not present. My cell door was left open. Essentially, the officers that went in there and packed my personal property in the magazines would put that in a pack-out box, and they left it at the desk for some 24 hours before the next shift came in and did the proper pack-out inventory. So for Ms. Perkins to deny my claim at this level, an error, because I didn't pack out my personal property. I was nowhere present for that.
Okay, we understand.
When I came back to the cell house and later received my property, I noticed that the National Geographic magazines were missing, and I asked both Officer Hengay and Sergeant Bird if they'd noticed any National Geographic magazines in the cell house, and there was a A2 like community book. They were mental health books. There was a pile of them on a desk in the day room of the cell house, and both officers said that they noticed the magazines over in those piles, and that they would look and see if they were still there. And some 7-10 days later, they were not there, and at that point, they were missing. That's the negligence of the officers.
Okay.
My personal property, the receipt which I submitted to you, should have been properly packed out, put in my property, and not left out for other inmates to, essentially gain possession of. And I no longer have those back.
Thank you. We understand that. Committee, do you have any questions? Mr. Kimmerly? All right. If not, we'll hear from Department of Corrections. So hang on just a second. We're hearing from Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, attorney for the Department of Corrections. Staff did attest that Mr. Kemmerly was the one to pack out his own property. Furthermore, as noted in the receipt provided by Mr. Kemmerly, he never paid for the magazines he claims are missing. They were given to him by a nonprofit out of New York called Books Through Bars. And as he has suffered no monetary loss, we recommend payment of this claim be denied. Thank you.
Questions, committee? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's a couple of issues here. You say he packed his own things. He claims that these magazines somehow got separated and put into a common area where everybody could pick them up. Isn't that what you heard also?
That is what he's claiming, yes. That is what he's claiming, yes.
Right. So if he packed his own things, I'm wondering how those magazines would have ended up in the common area for everybody to use.
There is no evidence to support that. It is what he's saying, though.
I have 2 officers right now that are segregation officers and a segregation unit team that can attest that anytime in A1, A2, B1, or B2 that we leave our cells, we're in handcuffs, and all 3 are present right now. So that claim is very meritorious. I was cuffed up at my cell while under an alleged altered state and escorted out by officers. There's no way that an inmate packs out his own property to go to the property department while in segregation. And again, there's 3 people here that can attest to that.
Okay, any other questions?
So it's not a frivolous claim. It's very meritorious on that issue. The reason why I cite the $23.70, because yes, it came from a nonprofit organization, but for me to replace my property, which are those magazines, it would cost me $23.70. Now, what I asked to be, compensated for is to just merely take the $23.70 off of the current fines and obligations I have to the KDOC for disciplinary fines and take $23.70 out of that. So it's neither a win nor loss for either KDOC or myself. It is just, I guess, mutual respect and integrity.
Okay, understood. Any other question? Representative Turner?
Thank you. I just wondered if you had comment on, his comment is that they can't pack their own things because they're handcuffed from the time they leave their cell.
He would have packed his property while it's in a cell.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to get your view of that. Thank you.
That makes no sense.
Mr. Kemmerly?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna argue that's illogical.
Okay.
So, you should have a representative of KDOC that actually works in the trenches. Again, I have 2 officers in a unit team here. That makes no sense to be in an altered state, alleged altered state, an allegation I beat, and to pack out my property to go to the clinic. That's illogical.
Okay.
So take 2370 off of my obligations to the KDOC for fines that I shouldn't have to pay anyways, and we can be done with this matter.
Okay, we appreciate that. We are going to close this hearing now, and you will get our determination within 21 days. Thank you for visiting with us. But do not hang up because the next person is in the facility.
I got one more. Okay. All right, give me a second, I'll get him in here.
Okay.
I would like to address a quick typo in the next one. I call him Mr. Fitz. It's Mr. Fritz with an R.
Oh, yes, this is claim number 7506, Mr. Fritz, $15.44. Well, they're getting Mr. Fritz, Darcy. What's the altered state piece of that claim? He kept saying I was in an altered state. What does that refer to? No, Suzanne.
So that just means he was found to either have drugs or alcohol in his system.
Okay, okay.
And when we say they pack themselves out, a lot of times they do, we'll shove a box under the door that's not yet unfolded, and they'll pack their own items. It also can mean that they were present while it was being packed out.
Sure. Darcy, can you answer another question while we're waiting?
So he pointed out that that was illogical, that he would have packed his own things. Is it illogical because he's saying if a person is under an altered state, that they pack up their own things? I'm just getting your comments. He just thought that was completely crazy that somebody would pack their own things if they were truly in an altered state.
Yeah, and I don't currently work in a facility, but I have. So it's they could assist, but generally in that, if they're in an altered state, because you don't know what they're going to grab, you as an officer would be in there or a unit team member helping them to pack.
Yeah, and he did point out in his written stuff that these officers said, oh yeah, I saw those in the common area and I went back and they were gone. So several things kind of make me question the whole chain of process here, but that's why I'm looking for some more pieces of info.
And I don't know that I have anything in particular that would be helpful. I mean, other than they bring the box out, set it at the officer station while they go get a room ready to put it in or to bring it back to property.
What you said, they put something outside of the office?
So there's an officer station that's in the day area. It's open to the inmates. They can come up to it at any time. And they may have put the box there while they were readying a room that's secured to keep that property in. So it could have set out for a minute at that officer station.
The box closed, or is it open for people to pilfer whatever they want off the top?
Generally, it's closed, but yeah, I can't say for certain.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are they still with us? Waiting on Mr. Fritz.
They should be grabbing him now, just another minute.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got Mr. Fritz in here.
Hello, is this Mr. Fritz?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Fritz. This is Senator Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We've got your claim in front of us, 7506, in the amount of $15.44. And we have all your documentation. You're on speakerphone with the committee. We're going to ask if there's anything you want to tell us about this claim that we're not seeing in front of us. We'll ask the Department of Corrections to give us their view of your claim. We may ask some questions, and then we will give you our findings within 21 days. Do you have any questions?
Okay.
Okay, very good.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Fritz, is there anything, I think it's pretty self-explanatory what happened here, but is there anything more you want us to know?
No, everything that's pertinent is in the paperwork provided.
Okay, very good. It's the $15.44 is what you're claiming is a duplicate charge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Department of Corrections, would you like to, or well, I guess committee, do you have any questions about that? Okay, Department of Corrections, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Department of Corrections. There was no duplicate charge. Mr. Fritz saw an error on the screen. However, I believe I attached to my recommendation a current bank statement of his. And as you can see on page 2, highlighted in orange, there was only one charge for the $15.44. For this reason, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
And are you saying that at one point in time, it may have shown as a duplicate charge just because of the software?
Yes, residents have been told that not to trust the Athena kiosks in the units because they were having problems with the display. However, he was never actually issued a second charge for it, and it was truly just an issue on a display.
Did you hear that, Mr. Fritz?
I heard her. If I could respond to that.
Sure. Yes.
The issue was that the deduction came off as an obligation, and it was not recorded in the transaction history at all. And on the paperwork provided, there is in fact 2 charges for $15.44, and they are adjacent to one another on there. But the current accounting printout that I have now does not have a duplicate charge, but I was never credited with the $15.44 that they took off the second time.
Do you have a response?
It was never taken off. The duplicate charge was a display error.
Mr. Fritz, did you hear that? The charge was a display error. It was never taken off or out of your account.
Well, there's been an ongoing issue with the Athena system that the KDOC uses now. Yes. And it's been an ongoing thing with hundreds of different inmates and their banking histories and their banking accounts. And the issue is that the money comes off and there's no record of a transaction. And there's no way to prove that it didn't come off except for the fact that I watched my account balance deduct twice. And every time anybody brings this up to the Department of Corrections, they say that the system is out of their control, that they have no way to fix it. And so I have to take it in front of the legislature. And it's very difficult to prove something that there's no documentation of, because that is in fact the error that the system has caused.
Okay. Questions, committee? Do you have any response? Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Fritz. We appreciate you visiting with us today. We will get back to you within 21 days as to our findings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Okay, committee, the next is Justin, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Oh, do you want to vote on make some motions now? Oh, I'm sorry. So we should just keep going. Are you comfortable with that, committee? Just keep moving on. I'm making notes as I go, so I feel pretty good about that. Okay, thank you for suggesting that, but I think we better keep moving. Okay, claim number 7488. Is it Justin? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Edier, personal injury, $68,999.99. Now that's an interesting amount. Okay.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Justin Atier available?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hello, are we pronouncing your last name correctly, Edier?
Yes, it's, Justin Etier.
Etier, very good, thank you. Hi, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We have your claim documentation in front of us. It was a personal injury claim for $68,999.99. You're on speakerphone with the committee. We might ask you some questions. We've also got Department of Corrections here, and they will present the facilities view of your claim. And then we will make a decision and give you our decision within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Okay, most certainly.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything you want to tell us about your claim? We have a lot of documentation here.
Actually, I'm back in the hole. I was given a write-up. Write-up was dropped. I've still been in the hole for an additional 54 days. And, I pretty much, in the same circumstance that I was in Lansing, there's been a lapse in overall conditions of confinement is here just like in Lansing, and it's brought on, it's been exuberated by the ongoing disciplinary actions you guys are taking with regard to fighting and mediocre violations.
Okay.
The KDOC's efforts to expand the LCF Special Unit Management Unit is just, I feel like it was without regard for the well-being and health of offender population. The administration, you pretty much arbitrarily and involuntarily impose a policy placing offenders in long-term segregation and prolonged sanctions without first considering their mental health and without procedural due process of the law, subjecting offenders to unsafe conditions, inhuman environmental factors which confine and expose me and fellow offenders into unduly restrictive ward settings, an unsanitary environment. And I feel like that's been duplicated. It is not necessarily on the facility level, it's more on the legislative level, because we are dealing with the consequences of this, and it's like the staff are demoralized. Like, they're dealing with their own personal problems, and let alone ours. It's a lot harder right now to get anything done right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edier. Does anyone have any questions of our claimant? We're going to hear from Department of Corrections now, so you can listen, okay? Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Department of Corrections. Mr. Etier was offered laundry and showers in accordance with all policies while he was in the RHU, and he does not discuss how he got to his $68,999.99 amount he claims. Furthermore, he has not exhausted his judicial remedies before coming to this committee, as Rule 2 requires. And as this is an open and public forum, it'd be inappropriate to discuss Mr. Etier's medical situation while here. So for these reasons, we recommend that his claim be dismissed without prejudice. Thank you.
Committee questions? Department of Corrections? Mr. Edier?
Yes, a UTI infection is a particularly contagious, damaging condition that has detrimental effects on the body's kidney, the liver, and renal digestive system. This not only affects my metabolism, and also like me having bowel movements, urinating. I have since this incident, I've been constipated. I haven't been able to poop, diarrhea. I have consistent fevers, and I still haven't to this point been sent out for urinary analysis or any type of imagery to make sure that I didn't have any long-term damage or effects. That is one of the reasons that I brought this claim in the first place. I had cramps. I have stomach cramps, blood in my stool, diarrhea, headache.
inflammatory muscles, and I've been fatigued. This has been consistent, and I'm in the hole. I'm not able to get showers every day on a daily basis because we only get showers every other day down here. So I'm not able to take care of myself. I'm not able to clean up. So that exuberates the problem as well.
Mr. Etier, thank you. Thank you for,
Yes.
I'm sorry that you're suffering, and I thank you for that information. If we don't have any questions of the committee, we will make a determination and get back to you within 21 days. Thank you for visiting with us today. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Haley, no. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Committee, the next claimant, Rex Mills at 7498. That is going to be withdrawn or has been withdrawn due to settlement. Nick, do we have to make a motion on that, or is it just, okay, we don't have to do anything with that when it's. Do we need to suggest or just should we make a motion to dismiss the claim so it's a matter of record since it's on our agenda? Okay. So did you hear that, Committee 7498, we're going to dismiss since they've already settled that. That way we've got a record of it. Okay. The next claim is claim number 7499, Rex Mills, Lansing Correctional Facility, $621.37, and this is a property loss. This is same claimant, two claims.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Rex Mills available?
Yes, I've got him here with me now.
Mr. Mills?
Hello.
Hi, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm chair of the Joint Committee on Claims Against the State. We have you on speakerphone with the committee today. We've got all of your information on claim number 7499 for $621.37. So we may ask you some questions, and then we've also got Department of Corrections folks here who are going to give us their position on your claim, and then we will make a decision within 21 days and get that to you. Does that make sense?
All right.
All right. So is there anything, Mr. Mills, that you want to tell us about your claim that we don't have in front of us?
Other than I was in Lansing and I filed three property claims there. They lost them and nothing was ever done on them. I get to El Dorado and had a foreman that says if I'm having issues with them getting processed, they continue to file them and say that this is multiple claims. This has been tried to be filed on and nothing's being done on them. And I get here to El Dorado and it's too late to do anything because it's past to this time limit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mills. Committee, do you have any questions? If not, okay. We'll hear from Department of Corrections now, Mr. Mills. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. Mills claims that in September 2023, he has somehow had all of his property stolen. He claims he filed a property claim right away. However, there is no record of him doing so until October 25th, over 2 years after his claimed event. His facility was denied because it was so untimely. He did not exhaust, and while KSA 48920 does technically allow a resident to come to this committee before exhaustion of administrative remedies, his untimeliness and failure to exhaust has entirely robbed KDOC of any opportunity to do a thorough investigation into this claim. Furthermore, he has provided no evidence of staff negligence other than saying, I had things stolen from me 3 years ago, and has offered receipts to prove that he did at some point own the claimed items. For these reasons, we recommend that his claim be denied. Thank you.
So is there any evidence that he tried to make a claim
There is no documentation.
shortly after the incident? Okay.
No, ma'am.
Waited 2 years to make a claim, close to 2 years to make a claim. Got it. Committee questions, Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we heard earlier, sometimes things get lost. Any chance that these claims were made and got lost?
That was, I believe, in a different facility, in a different circumstance entirely. So it is incredibly unlikely that they would have been lost for years and that nothing was done for this spread of time had he submitted a claim.
Thank you.
Any other questions, committee? Mr. Mills?
Yes.
Thank you for visiting with us today. We will give you a determination within 21 days.
All right.
Have a good day.
You too.
We're,
We have another one right up.
is it same facility? I didn't tell him not to hang up. Okay. The next claim is 7500 Roland Hill, $167.51. And it's a property damage. Darcy, do you think we need to keep going? Got 3 more. Because I've got 2 more. 2 more.
We will now connect you.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Roland Hill available?
He'll be in here in just like a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Okay, he's gonna be here in like 20 seconds. He's coming down the hallway.
Thank you. Is this Mr. Hill or Mr. Williams? It's Hill, isn't it? Yeah. I highlighted it, but then I thought, did I? Mr. Hill, 750.
All right, he's in here.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, who am I talking to?
Hi,
Who am I talking to?
Hi, Mr. Hill. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We've got your claim for $167.51 in front of us. We have all of your documentation, and you are on speakerphone with the committee. We're going to maybe ask you a couple questions, and then we'll hear from the Department of Corrections, what their position is on your claim, and then we will make a decision and get back to you within 21 days. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Hill, you've given us a lot of information here. We've got it in front of us. Is there anything you want to add to what you gave us?
Only thing that I want to add is them inventories that is dated, I believe July 10th, June 10th, June 15th. Them inventories are MRA inventories. I'm only allowed a certain property on more restricted area. That's why them MRA and Unity Moore used them MRA inventories to deny my property claim, because he said he wasn't unable to find my June 27th, June 26th property inventory when I got all my property back after getting off an MRA status. I showed him that inventory sheet after he denied my stuff. He said that wasn't in my property record. So I don't know what they did with the original copies of my property inventory record on June 26, 27.
We have an inventory for June 27th here in our packet.
Yeah, I attached it to.
Okay, very good. Okay.
And that's where CS1 Cowan signed his, marked it and signed his initials on it in accordance with the policy with the IMPP 12120, stating that I have to let the officers know of any discrepancies with my property.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am. That's why CS1 Cowan marked on there his initials stating that fan is broken. It should say missing MP5 player, fan is broken, and glass house radio is not in property, but a clear tune radio was put in my property.
Okay, got it. Okay, very good. Committee, do you have any questions for Mr. Hill? Okay, Mr. Hill, will you hang on a minute? We're going to hear from Department of Corrections regarding your claim. Go ahead, Christine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. Mr. Hill's facility claim was denied because there was no evidence he had the claimed items in the condition he claims, and that he had them at all at the time of the incident. He claimed on his paperwork that he got his inventories untimely. However, he had an inventory done on the 10th and then again on the 15th. His prior inventories are also unclear as to what kind of radio he had. They had one radio listed. He was given one radio. They're only allowed one radio at a time in their possession. Furthermore, KDOC would not have given him his fan back in the claimed condition. A fan with the wires exposed, as he claims, would have been considered altered and therefore contraband. For these reasons, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
They did give me the fan back in that condition. That's why I showed CS1 Cowan the fan. Officer Thomas plugged up that fan, and because it turned on, he gave it to me, not paying attention that the fan motor was displaced off of it, and the wires were stripped.
Okay, thank you.
If you look on the inventory from June 27th or 26th, CS1 Calvin marks on there that the fan was broken. And I kept the fan in my cell for months until I was shut down by the black suits, and the black suits saw the fan and gave the fan to Unit Team Manager Moore. And Unit Team Manager Moore kept that fan in his office till I was transferred.
Okay.
And I only had one radio, which was a glass house radio that I got on a property claim, and the property claim inventory for the glass house should be attached to the packet, showing that I got it in August of 2024 or 2025. Let me see. I got it right here. Signed by August 23 of 2024. Property claim, glass house, WR1, signed by me and property staff witness, White Killer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. Committee, do you have any questions of either Department of Corrections or Mr. Hill? Okay. Mr. Hill, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for visiting with us today. We've got all this information in front of us, and we will make a determination and get back to you within 21 days.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate y'all time and consideration.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Excuse me, I have another question. I had another unit team was wondering what time Bobby Stark's hearing is.
Mr. Stark? Yeah, do you remember Bobby Stark? Well, he was getting a refund.
Yes, ma'am, he has a refund that's being processed right now, and we had trouble connecting with him, so we skipped over.
Okay, so I don't know who we're talking
I have an extension if y'all would like it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, regarding Mr. Stark, we couldn't get a hold of him earlier, but he does have a refund being processed in the amount that he filed the claim on. So we don't really need to visit with him. It's going to be resolved. He will be getting his $19.96. It's being processed right now. You can tell him that if you'd like.
Yeah, I can let him know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, committee, the next claim is Randy Williams. It's claim number 7507 in the amount of $212.21. It's property damage.
No connection. This is Cleaver.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Randy Williams available?
They are pulling him out of his cell now and bringing him in. He's in restrictive housing, so it takes a little bit longer to get them to bring him into the office.
Do you want us to call her back and we can go to the next one? How long? Why don't we ask her?
Do you know how long that will be?
Should just be another couple minutes. They called and confirmed for 3:10, not 3, so
Right,
we just went and told them.
Yeah, so this is Senator Dietrich, the chair of the committee. We're running ahead. I can call the next claimant if it would be helpful to you, which is 320, and they may not.
They're pulling him out of his cell now.
Okay. All right,
He's gotta be restrained.
sure. All right, we'll wait. Thank you. Okay. I guess that is the. Do you want to make a motion or two while we're waiting? Yeah. As long as we're waiting, why don't we take a look at, where do you want to start? 7494. Where did we leave off? Right after lunch. You want to take a look at 7494? And we can take a motion on that. That was Mr. James for $210.48. We have a motion. Need to refresh your memory. We've done so many now.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move we deny claim 7494.
Second. Second by Senator Cluse. Any conversation, discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes. Next is claim number 7503. This is the one, personal injury. He hasn't exhausted his administrative remedies yet. Do we have a motion on that?
Madam Chair, I move to,
Dismiss based on a
yeah,
ruling?
to deny or dismiss.
Dismiss.
Dismiss
you think?
with prejudice, correct?
Sorry,
Without, hasn't come back
Darcy.
or
Sorry, I'll give you a quick bit of info that I got. Medical is reviewing that, so it takes longer to get through the medical review team process. However, they have told me that there is no injury other than bruising that happened because of this. He's had follow-up care multiple times after this. They've even sent him to see a neurologist. And any of the issues he's having are not related to the tray pass door incident.
So do you, I'm looking at our revisers, do you feel we should dismiss pursuant to Rule 2 without prejudice, or what? Because it's still under review, he hasn't exhausted all of his.
it sounds to me like it's done. So my original motion then will be moved to deny claim 7503.
Okay. Is there a second? Senator Cluse? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, let's go over to 7496. We're going to move to another agenda, but I think we ought to make that motion, don't you? Okay. Representative Rogers, you're on a roll.
Yes, Madam Chair, I move we dismiss.
Carry
Or
over.
that's right, because we don't, to carry over claim 2496 to next meeting.
7496.
Sorry, let me get my Bible rules in place.
7496.
Say, 7496, sorry.
That's
I was on the wrong line.
That's all right. Is there a second? Senator Cluse seconds. We're going to carry over 7496. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say no. Okay, that passes. We'll carry over 7496. The next is 7501. That was $74.50. He would like interest on that money. We have a motion. Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we dismiss claim 7501 as he has received the 7450.
Is there a second? How about Representative Goddard? Would you like to second this? Nope, he's not listening.
Nope.
Would you like to second this motion?
What's your name in the minutes?
Just say yes. Get your name in.
I second the motion.
Okay, there you go. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Okay, thank you. All right, we're ready if you're ready. Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Williams. This is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We've got your claim number 7507 in the amount of $212.21. In front of us, we have all of your documentation. You are on speakerphone with the Claims Committee. So we may ask you some questions or ask if you want to add anything to your claim for us. Department of Corrections is here. They will also speak to your claim. And then we will get back to you within 21 days as to our findings. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Williams, is there anything you want to tell us about your claim?
Well, I arrived from another facility, from Ellsworth Correctional Facility, and when I got transferred, they did not allow me to go to A&D and sign for any of my property data that they sent with me. And so I do not know exactly what it is that they sent me or didn't send me, but with that, I don't know the condition of any of it because they didn't allow me to sign for anything or anything. So when my unit team here gave me the TV, I asked for her to stay present while I plugged it in to make sure everything was working because I didn't get to check it before I left. And she then walked off like she didn't hear me through the door. And then I plugged it in and found out the screen was broken. And I couldn't see a picture. And I then found.
Okay. Yeah, we're having a little bit of trouble with that phone. You're breaking up just a little bit. But I think we heard everything you said. Committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Williams? Okay, Department of Corrections. Mr. Williams, Department of Corrections is going to speak now. You can just listen, please. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. In the written materials Mr. Williams submitted, he's claiming that a guard forced his TV through the food port door of his cell and therefore damaging it. This simply didn't happen. The dimensions of the TV are 12 inches by 12 inches by 1.5. Meanwhile, the food port door is 14 inches by 4 inches by 14.25 inches by 4 inches. Therefore, the TV would have slid through with no problems and there would have been no damage to it. For this reason, we recommend his claim be denied. Thank you.
Committee, do you have any questions of Department of Corrections? Okay. Mr. Williams? I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
I also wanted to state that the food pass is for food pass only. It's not for foods and whatever else they want to put through there.
We understand.
Okay.
Thank you. We are going to make a decision and we will get back to you in 21 days. Thank you for visiting with us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the information.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Committee, since we're a little bit ahead and we're worried about the inmate being available, shall we take a few more motions in about 5 minutes and then we'll try and get hold of this inmate at 3:15? Does that make sense? Okay. All right, let's go back to claim number 7490. The claimant was Brian Mukes. And, 7509, Mr. Stark. Sorry. You're right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Stark, claim number 7509. This is property damage, getting a refund.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would move that we dismiss claim 7509 as he has received the $19.96.
Being processed.
Or it's in process, corrected.
Do we have a second? Representative Goddard seconded. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Very good. Thank you. And thank you for bringing me back to Mr. Stark. Okay, now we're ready for claim number 7490, Mr. Mukes. And I think in my notes, we said we'd like to move that to the next meeting. We need more time to investigate. So do we have a motion to move it? Okay, carry over. Second, Senator Haley, seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, we will move that over to our next meeting. Claim number 7491, $23.70. These are the magazines from Mr. Kemmerly that he got free from the, yeah. Senator Haley? Move to deny. Is there a second? Representative Rogers seconds. Discussion? Do you want to discuss? To you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I was originally a deny vote on this, and then as I continued to think about it, you know, first it was alleged that he packed his own box. He said, if I was an altered state, how could I pack that on my own box? We had questions and answers to that point. He claimed, and I think I recall seeing in testimony a couple of officers saying, yeah, I think I saw those magazines laying out in the common area. And they went out and looked. 7 days later, they weren't there. I don't know. I guess I'm like a fellow representative here that I do actually have a heart, despite some claims. But it just seems that we could make this gentleman whole for $23.50 and $23.70 to replace them. And I understand that he got the original versions no cost, but apparently those had, I don't know. I can only assume they had content that he feels that he wants to replace those actual issues. So that would be my sentiment on this, but so be it. Thank you.
Very good. Motion, discussion. Okay, motion and second discussion. Any other discussion? Motion is to deny, and we had a second. Yes. All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 2 no. Motion passes. Very good. All right, next we have claimant Mr. Kemmerly. This was, no, I'm sorry, that was Mr. Kemmerly, sorry. 7506 is the next claim number. This is Frederick Fritz, and it was $15.44. This is the charge on the bank statement. Double charge, alleged double charge. It really wasn't a double charge. Motion?
Yeah, I'll just make a motion.
Senator Clues?
Motion to deny that claim based on the double charge there, 7506 claim number.
Okay, and second, Senator Haley. Discussion. It wasn't a double charge. It just, yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yes, it just showed up on the screen. Okay, we have a motion, a second. We've had discussion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're ready for claim number 7488. This is Justin Etier, $68,999.99. Is there a motion? Yes, Representative Turner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we dismiss claim 7488 per Rule 2. He has not exhausted his judicial remedies. And there's also no stated basis for the $68,999.99. So,
is there a second? Senator Cluse seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. We need to make, I think, just to be clear and in the record, we probably need to make a motion on 7498, claim number 7498. It's been withdrawn due to a settlement. So does somebody want to make a motion on that? Representative Turner?
well, I'll make a similar motion to what we did on an earlier one that was 7511. But in that case, we made a motion to dismiss 7498 in this case without prejudice because it's settled and withdrawn. So, thank you.
Is there a second? Representative Goddard seconded. Okay. I know you're awake. I'm just, yeah. No, you're on a roll. Any discussion on that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Okay, that motion passes. Should we do one more before we try and ring our next person? This is claim number 7499. It's Rex Mills. Property loss 62137. This is the claim that was filed 2 years after the incident occurred. Do we have a motion, Senator Haley? No. He didn't file the claim for 2 years after the incident occurred. Oh, it was the previous one. The first one Mr. Mills filed, that one has been settled. That's the confusion. Same name, different, yeah, different amount, same name. Okay. Do we have a motion on 7499? Representative Turner?
I will make one. I would make a motion to deny claim 7499. There was no claim by him of any negligence at the facility. And it is suspicious that it took a couple of years to get this claim through, although I think he claims that he made those claims, those lost claims, but there's no record of them. Thank you.
Is there a second? Senator Clue seconds. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, that passes. All right, thank you for that. Let's try and dial up claim number 7493, which is Mr., I think it's Isley, but maybe it's Isley, I don't know. In the amount of $131.25. And it says other.
Hi, this is Nicole calling on behalf of the Joint Committee on Special Claims Against the State. Is Perry Isley available?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Mr. Isley?
Good afternoon, this is Union Team Supervisor Schmaltz.
We're looking for Mr. Isley. Harry
Yes,
Isley.
I have him with me.
Thank you.
Yes, Isley, Perry Isley's here.
Mr. Isley?
Yes.
Hi, this is Senator Brenda Dietrich. I'm Chair of the Joint Committee on Special Claims in the State Legislature. We have you on speakerphone with the committee. We're looking at your claim number 7493 in the amount of $131.25. So we're going to ask you if you have anything you'd like to add about your claim. Then we have Department of Corrections staff here who will respond to your claim as well. Then we'll make a determination and get back to you within 21 days. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so we have all your documentation, but is there anything you want to add to your claim?
Well, this property claim has basically been going on almost 1 year, and in my statement that I wrote to you guys is that this is based on this claim is not only about a property claim, but it's based on the investigation where the unit team manager fabricated this investigation that she claimed she investigated, but did not investigate.
Okay, very good.
And one other thing, this is a two-part claim. The reason why you got the one claim is because I could not, when I got out of segregation, I had to go get my property, and there was a lot of property missing. So this is a part one and part two, but I have not received the part two for some reason, so I can't act on that
All right.
at this time.
That's all right. When you get ready to submit part two, we'll be here. All right, so, committee, do you have any questions of Mr. Isley? Okay, Department of Corrections would like to respond, so you just listen for a minute, Mr. Isley, please. Go ahead, Christine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christine Tortorese, Kansas Department of Corrections. KDOC does not have proof of Mr. Isley actually filing a formal property claim until July 10th of 2025. He claims that the incident happened on January 4th. Furthermore, video footage showed and proved that he left his player on the food port door where it was open and vulnerable, not in the back of his cell as he claims. And as he left his property vulnerable, he opened himself up to theft through his own negligence, and there was no staff negligence in this incident. For these reasons, we recommend the claim be denied. Thank you.
Committee, do you have any questions for Department of Corrections?
Yeah, well, I didn't hear exactly word by word what she said, but she said something about a video. Did you see a video?
Department of Corrections did say that there's video footage of the incident.
Well, see, this is where the fabrication comes in at, because I don't see how she seen a video when the unit team manager, Hackney, stated in her claim, she stated, unit team does not support granting the property claim. The time frame to review the camera for the suspected activity is long past the time to be able to verify on camera as the videos are erased after approximately 30 days. Now, how could, this lady said that she could not review it, but this lady said she reviewed it, and this property claim was filed. This is the third property claim. They lost two property claims, and the deputy warden, Misty Croker, told me to file another one, and this is how I got this. Report was written on 11/20/25 and the property claim was originally filed on January 4th of 2025 at that time. And as you can see for your record, I have 3 4 9s on 3/4/25, 5/4/25, and 6/22/25, asking, where's all these property claims, where's my property claim, and nobody responded to none of them. But the statement, that's one statement that somebody's saying, she's saying she could not see the video. The legal, Department of Corrections saying they saw a video, so there's a dispute right there. That's number one. In her investigation report, she wrote on 1/4/25, resident Isley stated he was let out for meal line at approximately 11:30 a.m. Resident believes that his door was left open and his player was stolen when he returned from the meal line. Well, if you looked at my statement that I made, there is not one thing in my statement that I said that I believe the door was left open. I stated that, I stated on January 4th, 2025 at 11:30 a.m., the cell house officer let us out to go to the lunch. I stayed in front of my cell on C2-205 until my cell door was closed. I had my MP Score 5 player on my TV shelf. When I returned back from lunch, I noticed my player was not on there. I checked my whole cell and it was not there. I called Officer Cunningham and told him someone came in my cell and took my player. He told me he would check the camera. I asked him later on that day. He stated he has not had time and advised me to file a property claim on my player. I talked to Property Officer Whitekiller. He stated nothing has come across his desk. I filed a property claim on January 4th,
Mr. Isley,
2025.
Mr. Isley,
And the unit team Smith.
Mr. Isley, you can stop now because you're reading a document that we have in front of us. We've got that, so you don't need to read it.
My point is that the fabrication, she said that I made that statement and I never made it.
Okay.
Then she
We
said,
understand.
on the second part of her report, she says, I reviewed the property file, purchase and receipt of the player on 12/23. Unit team reached out to Unit Team Smith, who was mentioned in the property claim. He does remember watching a video and seeing the music player being taken off the food part of my cell. Then she said, Officer Cunningham, who was on duty, also notes that the doors are never left open when going for the meal line. They are open and closed at the same time.
Right, we understand.
Now, the conclusion of her deal, she said, after she already denied it, that's when she stated the time frame to review the camera of the suspect activity is long past. Okay? So my whole thing is, if she called Unit Team Smith and said what he told her or whatever, there was no record of a narrative of the first property claim that he received before he got transferred out to the East Unit in Hutchinson. There was never mention of the time frame of the video. Also, they never said who was the person that took my player. They said they shook down the cell, but they never mentioned who was the inmate or nor who was the officer that went in there and did all this.
Okay.
So the whole thing to me and by just reading this report, and there was no report or narrative written stating that he did look at the video. The time frame of the video shows that Mr. Isley this and Mr. Isley that. So when I did talk to Unit Team Smith prior before he left, he never once mentioned it. All he said was, I'll get to your property claim and that's it. But when another unit team took his position, she don't know nothing about it. Then I filed another one and gave it directly to her. She lost that one. Then I had to write to the deputy warden again, saying, what's going on with my property claims? So that's when she told me to get another one done. And this other person named Unit Team Smith had me do another one. She signed it, gave me a copy, and that's when she denied my property claim based on this investigation report, and there's nothing to verify anything that she is saying, but she contradicts herself to what this lady in the Department of Correction is saying compared to the investigation report. And there's no other paperwork saying or narrative from Unit Team Smith that he even did an investigation report. So my conclusion of this whole thing is she got tired of messing with it. She got onto her computer, did a 15-minute typer, and that's it.
Okay.
I have done and then the last thing that I wanted to bring that you should have was that the policy states that, and it's an up-to-date policy from the Secretary of Corrections saying, the time that I filed my property claim and handed to the unit team they're supposed to either give me a receipt or give me a copy of the face, okay? Nobody has ever done that, and they never will. So then it says they have 30 days to complete their investigation, and if they need an extra 20 days, they gotta notify the warden, then they gotta notify me of this. I have complained about this, and I've complained, and also, I have mentioned this to the legislators before on my last property claim. I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but this is an ongoing thing.
Okay.
Continue to
we
do it. They're
appreciate
saying
that,
they don't have to follow what the IMPP says.
Mr.
I'm
Isley,
saying
Mr.
they have to
Isley.
follow it.
Thank you. We're going to now ask the committee if they have any questions for you or for Department of Corrections. Thank you for your very thorough explanation and all your documentation. We have it in front of us, and I promise you we're looking at it. Committee, do you have any questions of either Mr. Isley or Department of Corrections?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isley. We will make a determination and get back to you within 21 days. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, bye-bye.
All right, thank you.
Bye. Okay, committee. So we left off, we just have 3 claims that we need to take action on. Claim number 7500, this was Mr. Hill. It was a radio and a fan issue, $167.51. Do we have a motion? Mr. Hill? Senator Haley? Representative Rogers.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
my colleague from the other side of the aisle, the other chamber,
I thought you were going to say other end of the state.
well, and other than the state. That being said, I will still though make a motion to deny claim 7,500.
Is there a second? Representative Turner seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Claimant Randy Williams, this is claim number 7507. This was the one where he said they forced the TV through the food door or food port, $212.21. Is there a motion? Representative Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to deny claim 7507. This deals with the 13-inch TV, which to my amazement is a fairly thin TV, 1.5 inches thick. So it would fit through the food slot if that was the appropriate place. But anyway, a motion to deny is my motion. Thank you.
All right, second, anyone? Senator Cluse seconds. Any discussion? Senator Haley?
Department doing the measurements on our
Yeah.
site.
Discussion, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. The very last one, claim number 7493, Mr. Isley, $131.25. Motion? Representative Turner?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion. I'm relying on testimony that there is in fact video that was looked at in this case. That would seem to swing my opinion, and I would make a motion to deny claim 7493 based on the things that I heard. Thank you.
Is there a second? Senator Cluse seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay. Thank you, committee. That is the end of our claims for today. You did a yeoman's job here. Great job. For those of you who will be coming back, oh, Christine. deny, or 98, I'm sorry, I gotta turn my page. That's withdrawn due to settlement, so we made a. You're confusing me, Christine. What number are we talking about? We moved to deny. All right, so, future meeting dates, we're looking at October 6th and November 10th. So, let us know if that's a problem for, yeah, in December, we're looking at 8th, 9th, or 10th. So we kind of need you to let us know if you know now if there's a problem with any of those dates. So, 6th, Tuesday, October 6th. You're not here? I think that was the one that Representative Humphreys needed because of her schedule, right? I'm thinking. 6th or 7th, does it matter to you?
I can't do 7th.
You can't do the 7th?
No.
Okay, well then, we might just have to get a substitute for you, Senator.
Representative Turner will take my place. He loves it.
He's got it now, doesn't he? He's got it. We can't do the 7th.
The 13th would work for me, October 13th.
I think there was a reason I couldn't do the 13th. You're gone on the 13th. What did you say? November 10th, which is the day before Veterans Day. I think you all are off on Veterans Day, right? November 11th? Yeah. But you don't. Yeah, no. I think if we can do the 10th. Yeah, Susan couldn't do the 12th because she's on a board for human trafficking. Okay. And then take a look at December 8th, 9th, 10th. I don't have any interims on the 8th, 9th, or 10th.
The members of the body should be here on the 7th.
They should be, but they don't want to be in this room.
No. I mean,
They
what I'm
might stay
saying
over
is
for
you could
the
do it the
8th.
8th.
Yeah, just so they could stay over. We'll take a look at that and we'll ask you for your feedback on who can't be here or if there's an issue. But, okay.
For now. So what do we decide for October?
Trying to go with the 6th.
Go ahead and go with the 6th for now, okay.
For now. And we've got time, if there's a huge issue, we've got time. If several members can't be here, we'll look for alternates. All right, we will look at minutes for our next meeting. And you know what? We never usually have any issue with the minutes, and that's a good thing because these are from last year, right? Oh my gosh, okay. We're going to trust you, Susan. All right, is there anything else for the good of the committee? All right, yes. Representative Turner.
Sorry to delay everyone. I know you want to get out the door, but I do have a question, and it came up in that last gentleman's comments. I'm sorry, Christine, but I was thinking just from a process standpoint, and I asked it during the thing, but it seems like a lot of these claims of he said, she said about I filed a claim and it got lost. We heard that 3 or 4 times. He alluded to the fact that there's a process by which these are supposed to be stamped and given, I would think there'd be some kind of a process where there's not a he said, she said, but something gets actually entered, it gets, a number gets written on it, and it's like, okay, your claim's here, and it's this. And he alluded to that. Is that true, or what's going on?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Holthouse for that.
Yeah, so they turn it into the unit team that's within their unit. They do the initial investigation. A lot of times hey, we lost it, they found that people are like, oh yeah, we can just say that they lost it, even though I know I missed my timeline. We run into that a lot. They always claim they did something. Here's the deal. We tried to, for those people who said that, we're like, okay, well, we've got an electronic process. You can put in a request electronically. That won't be lost. We can see that. It is archived. And it's amazing how none of them ever do that and didn't think about it.
Could you require they be electronically or not?
No, because there are some that are in like a segregation status that certain segregation statuses do not get access to the tablet. So they wouldn't be able to, but they still are always offered the paper. So we keep paper on for those people who can't use tablets.
So is there any, I know it's a very busy place, is there any opportunity for the unit folks to log it in?
So they take it and they bring it upstairs to the records. Records gives it a number, and then from records, it goes to the warden's office or their designee.
But-
And that's when the number, so it's logged with a number at that time.
But I think the issue is, at some point, they're saying it got lost. How do you prove it didn't?
Yeah, it just seems like it would take a lot of the he said, she said out of this process if we could just have something where even if they take it to the local corrections person and they get on and enter it and say, okay, it's been entered and your number is this. So there's none of this BS about I did it and you guys lost it. Just seems to be
We can certainly.
a lot of time wasted about finger pointing back and forth on that issue. So
You know,
We
and
can
we've
certainly
done it-
discuss it.
We've done this before. We've said, is there something you could do in your process so that's clear that they did turn it in?
Yeah. So, and
Think about it.
we've made some changes, but apparently we haven't gotten there yet. So I will bring that up with.
I will say the inventory issue that we were having so much trouble with a few years ago, I think that's better, really. So
Glad to hear
Thank
that
you.
because I'm
Thank
still
you for that.
frustrated by it.
how long are videos kept for purposes of investigation?
we're adjourned and I'm going to
Okay,
shut off.
thank you.